All right. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to race 4 of the Denver Racing Social Broadcast Challenge Series. This is an endurance series where all of these DRS members go head-to-head with each other in an endurance race to see which one is the fastest. And tonight's a special one. We are here at Mazda Laguna Seca for a 2.5-hour iRacing endurance event. Marissa, I'm excited. How are you feeling?
I am so excited, John. Thanks for joining us today. Thank you, everyone in the chat, everyone watching. Thanks for joining us. I'm excited. We have some new things. We have more trivia. As you can see on your screen right now, we have our first trivia is how well do you know our drivers? That will be starting here in just a little less than 4 minutes. It's going to be a really exciting race. There's some quirky things about this track. It makes it very hard. So it'll be very interesting to see how many off tracks. We'll definitely have to keep an eye on those penalty points this race.
Oh, for sure. I was just about to say that. So if you are new to this series, the way this iRacing works, if you're new to iRacing, when drivers make mistakes, they garner incident points, and the more incident points you have, the more likely you are to serve a penalty or be disqualified. So like you're saying, this 2.5 hours of time for people to make mistakes in these races, and if they go over 60 incident points, they'll be disqualified from the race entirely.
Right, and that means that these racers do not earn points, they do not get paid, and they don't add points to their team standings, which are, well, your driver standings are on screen right now. But we also can give you a little rundown on where our team stand after Long Beach, which was our last race a month ago. We had Full Throttle in first place with 2,668 points. We had Mile High Motor Club in second place with 2,164 points. OK Motorsports was in third place, followed by Moto House, Scuderia Monaco, who, as we know from last race, they're no longer driving in the series, and then Mulbar, who is one of our newest teams, coming in with 632 points that you can see on your screen. Apologies. My numbers are raw. These include the bonus points because every series we do trivia. We do all these little things during the race to earn your favorite team's bonus points, which obviously my raw numbers don't reflect.
Yes, absolutely. Like what Marissa was saying, we're going to have a lot of opportunities throughout tonight, throughout the racing, for you guys, chat, to interact with us and also score your favorite drivers some bonus points. We're going to be looking for you guys to support your favorite driver. We're going to be looking to you guys to help answer some trivia questions. And who knows, you can give us the right answer, you can give us the wrong answer, you know, just root for your team and who you want to see win in this endurance race, because now we have many teams and many drivers. So we're going to have a bunch of different variables for all of these drivers to deal with when it comes to scoring points. And as you just saw the points on the screen, things are getting really close here at the top with the 3 teams that have been in this series for every single race in this series. So like Marissa was saying, we have had some teams who have joined the series a couple races in, which is why they are not up to the same points total as some of the other teams. But those top 3, they're pretty close in points, so every point matters.
They are. They're very close in points. Now, during this these trivia sessions that we're having, you can help those newer teams get bonus points to get up and be contenders. These newer teams were like sleeper teams. We have found out they are so fast on these tracks. You can see as our drivers are practicing right now, they're all still pretty quick.
Yeah.
I drove this track last night to get myself a little familiar with it, and I'm about 10 seconds slower than the slow cars. So scan the QR code, go to crowd.live, enter that code PWYHW to join trivia. It's going to start here in about 10 seconds. It'll be up on your screen. We're going to get to know our drivers.
Absolutely. I mean, we have 30 minutes left in this practice session before these drivers start putting down some qualifying laps. So let's go ahead and learn a little bit more about our drivers, chat. So let us know here in the chat. Let's start to get this interaction going. Let's get this trivia going with our first question.
And we're going to say, here's our first question. What is Shay's favorite color? Now, you still have about 10 more seconds to get into the trivia. If you are not in there yet, it's crowd.live and our code is PWYHW. We'll give you a little extra time to answer our first question. But Shay is one of our newer drivers. Shay is on our Mulbar team, Mulbar Motorsports, I believe. He unfortunately had an emergency yesterday and will not be driving with us today. There is a reserve for him, but he is part of our teams, and so he's in our trivia. What do you think, John? What is your favorite color?
Oh, geez. You know, I am not super familiar with all of these guys on these teams. All I know is how fast they can drive these cars. But if I were to guess, based on the image provided in this trivia, I'm going to go with D, red.
D, red.
Pretty standard answer, but shot in the dark.
We will see here shortly. Chat, drop us a chat real quick. Let us know if you're in, if you're ready to get this started. And we will make this first question go live. Anybody there? I know we started a little early today.
Yeah, we still have some time before qualifying and the race gets started.
We definitely do.
I'm sure people are still going to be coming in, but now is the time to get your brains working on this trivia and to show off to everybody in the stream, especially to us, how much you guys know this drivers.
Definitely. I have heard some really interesting facts about our drivers while I was getting this trivia set up. So
yeah, Marissa, you went into all of the individual drivers' chats, asked them questions about themselves, and I'm sure you learned a lot about these drivers today.
I did.
In your research.
I did. There's some interesting facts today. We're only going to go over some basic things, but you know, we do have another race next week.
Yep.
They have no time in between races to get ready for this. But I did learn some very interesting facts today. Our trivia is favorite colors and what cars do they drive in real life. We know what cars they're driving in iRacing, but what do they drive in real life? It's pretty interesting to find out those.
Absolutely. Given that all of these guys are car people and really big into motorsports, I think it's just interesting to hear what they actually drive, you know, off the sim.
All right. We are going live with this first question. Let us know. Well, it'll be live for you to answer. Remember, crowd.live, code PWYHW. Here we go with that first question. There's about 4 seconds left, so you're going to have to answer quick. But here we go.
All right, I'm still answering red, but I have no clue.
Oh, you were correct.
There we go.
And you were the only one to answer.
It's too easy. It's too easy.
It is. All right, looks like we've got some people in. All right, are we ready for our next question? Here it is. What does Dominic drive in real life?
That's a great question. I know that Dominic does drive real-life race cars.
He does drive real-life race cars, which is really fun. So I would assume he drives fast, but maybe he doesn't have a car.
I'm going to assume
he is in high school.
I'm going to assume it's not B. I mean, I actually guess that is a good one. I'm going to go with C, a Volkswagen. It's a pretty standard car, I think, especially for someone who races.
Definitely. All right, we had one Supra and one Volkswagen. You are correct.
There we go.
Does drive
Look
a
at
Volkswagen.
that, 2 for 2. It's too easy.
All right. Next question is coming up. This is for Xavier. What is his favorite color?
Well, going off this picture, he's wearing a yellow shirt, but yellow's not an answer. So,
not an answer.
Favorite color? I'm not going to go red again. Sounds too basic. But you know what? We'll spice it up and we'll go magenta.
Magenta. That's a good one. Chat, what do you think? Oh.
Got some answers.
We got
for
all over
red
the board.
And blue, and it's red.
It was
I should have gone with red.
You know, red is a very common color for people to like. So.
It's the last time I don't guess
I'm in
red.
4th place. I need to get on my answering these questions. All right, Zach, what does he drive in real life?
A city bus would be kind of crazy.
If he actually drove a city bus. I mean, you never know. Our drivers do have real life jobs.
I guess that's true. He could drive a bus IRL. But I'm going to go with BMW.
All right, let's see.
Someone else went for C and someone else went for A, but it's D.
It's the Audi.
It's Audi all road.
I don't know how I jumped up to first. That's the first question I got right.
Unbelievable.
All right, this is Jake. Now, if you listened to last stream, we had some talks about Jake and his driving. So what do we think that Jake drives?
Anyone who wears 3 pairs of
This is a hard one.
sunglasses probably doesn't have a license.
I'm going to go with A, doesn't have a license. It's a shot in the dark. But maybe.
That pretty much was the running joke of last stream. However, he did just get a car.
Oh, the last minute.
All right. Let's see what we have next. EJ, what is EJ's favorite color?
There's 2 different versions of green on there.
There are 2 different versions of green.
I would be surprised if his favorite color was lime green. I don't know a lot of people whose favorite color is lime green. So I'm going to go
that
forest
bright?
green. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Forest green. I think that's what I picked as well. Forest green. Let's see what his favorite color is.
Let's see what you guys chose. 2 people chose black. One person chose navy blue.
I mean, it is. His picture is all black. Everything's black, but
Navy
he
blue.
told me navy blue was his favorite color.
I'm falling down the order here. I was doing so well at the beginning.
All right, Christian, this is a very fast driver. What do we think he drives IRL?
I think Subaru is a solid answer. especially
Subaru, not
for
a
living in
10-speed
Colorado.
bike? He could be pedaling quick.
A 10-speed bike is kind of crazy. I don't know what the top speed is there, but I would love to find out.
Christian seems like a Corvette guy.
Oh, wow, 3 answers for Toyota Supra.
We must
That is
have
the
some
right
Christian
answer.
fans
There we
in
go.
the chat because
That damn Supra is parked
is
across
correct.
from the
See, I
DRS
thought
clubhouse
bike was
every day
also-
here. Not every day.
Oh, wow.
All right, Nick.
It's one
What is his
crazy
favorite
photo.
color? Now, the answer he gave me obviously set the tone for the rest of the auction.
That's a lot of fruits in there.
So would it be the only non-fruit?
No, I think that's a little point of trick us. So I'm going with A, banana, right.
Right, banana. It was
And it's
blueberry.
blueberry.
Poses the question, what is the real color of a blueberry? Not really blue.
That's a great question. I don't know I have no idea how I would describe that.
All right, on to Benjamin drives in real life. Some may think he walks everywhere.
I'm gonna go with an Audi S4, but again, I have no reference, so could be completely wrong.
I'm just checking my mic here.
Who
Check.
knows? All right.
Oh, someone else voted for the Audi S4, and I was wrong.
It's the Kia Stinger. I know that he is very proud of that car.
Unfortunately.
And it's a beautiful color green. All right, on to our next question. What is Dayton's favorite color?
Ooh, this is a good one. You know, I think I'm gonna go with Ferrari red. It's a
Ferrari
very
red.
specific red.
It is, but so is the McLaren Papaya. It's
Yes,
a very specific orangey color.
I was the only one who voted Ferrari red. See what it is.
It's
Dark
Volkswagen blue, which happens to be the color of his teammate's car.
There you go. Yeah,
all
Benjamin's
meant
just
to be.
running away with the points right now.
All right, what is Dan? This is Daniel Tominga. He is a new driver in one of our newer teams.
I'm gonna go with the Honda Odyssey. Can't go wrong with the Honda Odyssey.
I mean, I drive a Honda. I'm partial to Honda. Oh,
Four answers for Honda Odyssey. There we go. Oh, feels nice to win one.
Everybody knows you can't go wrong with a Honda.
Hey, I want to take a moment to thank everyone for tuning in tonight. John and Marissa back here are going to do an amazing job tonight. Race number 4. I'm glad to hear that Marissa's not sick this time around. But thank you for powering through last race last month. Yeah, I had a sore throat Saturday, and it was terrible. I would have never provided 4 hours of commentary, so thank you. Yeah, but yeah, that's really all I have. Thank you for tuning in. This first round here is $420 credit here at DRS for a sim session. to bring down some friends and stuff like that. We're going to be doing one more later in the session, right?
Yes.
Midway through, but yeah, that's really it. This is the first time we're doing these trivia questions, and I think it's going to work out really well. So that's it. That's all I got. So
All right, we
I'll
have
leave
about
it back
3
to these guys.
questions left.
I'll pop
so
in every once in a while, but that's it.
Here we go.
Uninvited.
Shout out race control.
All right. Dylan's favorite color is also red.
I guess purple. I don't know why I didn't guess red.
The most I told you it was the most common.
I only have 37 points to my name. This is
What does
embarrassing.
Ruben drive in real life? Again, you can't go wrong with a Honda. I'm gonna pick Honda.
Rollerblading around everywhere would be pretty cool.
Wouldn't that be fun?
That sounds fun.
Except for when it's snowing and then maybe a little dangerous.
Yeah, I guess maybe in
but
Colorado it's not the best mode of transportation, but still sounds fun.
Definitely.
Everyone said Nissan Rogue was the majority answer.
Oh, I picked Honda.
I picked Nissan. There we
Good
go.
job.
Some more points. I'm catching up. I'm only a couple points behind Andrew.
All right, let's see. Zach. What does Zach drive in real life? I hope he doesn't go hitchhiking. That would be a not very safe mode of transportation.
I don't know how long you could hitchhike as your main method of transportation
I
before
don't-
something goes wrong.
Yes, definitely. It's too dangerous.
Yeah, you're right, chat. You got to answer these questions so fast because the sooner you can answer, the more points you get. So
Yeah.
that's probably why I'm slacking a little bit. But there we go. I'm up to 4th. Moving up.
Oh no. All right, Brian. What is Brian's favorite color? Hot pink.
I'm going to go orange.
You know, I was thinking the same thing. Yes, and you can see on that countdown that your points, the longer it takes you to answer, the less points you get. Oh, everybody picked orange. Oh no, we had one hot pink.
Hey, that's more points. That's more points right there. Let's go.
All right, that was it. Your winners are... I don't think it's going to be me.
Oh, I thought I almost got
You
third
almost
place.
had third place.
Dang, just off the podium. Oh, there
I
you go.
came in second.
Second place. Not bad. And then first place, we got
We
Benjamin.
got Benjamin.
Wow.
Benjamin, you win a free session for
Blew us
you
out of the
and
water.
3 of your friends.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't actually that close. Now that I'm looking at the
You're
scores.
about 100 points down. Oh no,
Drats.
it's about 50 points down. Not too bad. All right, drop us a chat. Let us know you're here. Thanks for joining us for that first trivia. We're gonna have a new code for you for the next trivia. We're not there yet, but we'll have a new code for you.
And chat, let us know who you're cheering for in the chat right now. We have a bunch of drivers, as you can see on this side of your screen. We can see all of the practice times these drivers have been doing. This practice session is now almost an hour and 10 minutes in, so around 15 minutes left of these guys to practice, and I want to know who you guys are cheering for. We've got a bunch of familiar names here at the top of the charts.
I know, Benjamin, so fast.
A 1:15.5 is currently the lap time to beat, and that's pretty quick around
That is
Mazda
quick.
Seca.
That is quick. And Benjamin did say in the chat he'll pass that prize on to second place, which is me. I will pass that prize on to third place. So is it Shawnee? If you're in the chat, let us know. You win the free session for you, plus 3 of your friends. Come down to Centennial, do some racing on the full motion sim, and have a blast with us here at DRS. So congratulations.
Benjamin just beat us all by over 200 points on the trivia and also has the fastest lap time in the practice session.
You know, I don't want to jinx anything, but maybe that's a good sign for tonight's race.
Maybe his mind is just so locked in, he's able to focus on so many things at the same time.
Maybe.
So that's honestly a little scary if I was racing tonight against
Right.
Benjamin.
Right. I think he's definitely one to look out for. From prior races, we know Brian Zabelski is one to look out for. EJ Luna, Christian Martinez, all very fast. They hold that top of the leaderboard majority of these races. However, this race is notorious for this corkscrew. So
yeah, I can feel it already. There's going to be a lot of off tracks. There's going to be a lot of tire tracks cutting through the sand on each side of this track. And that's going to be really crucial because, like we said earlier in the stream, 60 incident points in this entire 2.5-hour session of racing.
And you're out.
And you're done. You score 0 points for your team and you go home sad.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone wants that.
And no money.
And no money either. Yeah.
Yeah. Come on. We all like to earn a little bit of money, which is why we need chat in the chat to, give us a shout out. Let us know that you're here. Give us some love too. We're going to be talking with you for the whole race, which will last about 4 hours. We do about 4 hours of talking. It's a long time, but it's an exciting race. We have a lot of trivia. We do have a same segment as last race where you can give a shout out to your drivers and we'll relay your messages to them real time. We'll hop into their team channels and give them all of your well wishes and good luck. But let us know, chat. Let us know who is your favorite driver, who is your favorite team. Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely.
We're excited to have you. We're excited for a good race.
It's going to be a long one tonight, but I think comparatively to the other races that have gone on so far this season, Mazda Laguna Seca is going to have the closest quartering battles because of just how the track is laid out. It's more of a race circuit than a street circuit, which is what we've been racing on when it comes to Long Beach and Sebring the last 2 races.
Right. Definitely. Now, do you want to explain what that corkscrew is?
Absolutely.
What it
so
looks like?
The
Why is
corkscrew
it hard?
is one of the most notorious turns in, I want to say, almost any racetrack, but it's what Mazda Laguna Seca is known for, this circuit. And basically what it is a very, very far drop. I don't know the actual statistic, but there is a huge elevation change where the cars have to be able to do a left-hand turn and a right-hand turn, as you can see on your screen right here. And this is huge for the racers driving around this track because when your car is going down, there's zero grip, there's zero downforce, and you're just along for the ride trying to keep your car pointed straight so you can continue to go on those turns. But one slight mishap in the steering wheel, maybe hitting the brake a little too early, can send you off the track, and the corkscrew's really going to be throwing people for a loop too because you can't pass on it either. If you try and pass on the corkscrew, it's not going to go well for you.
It's not going to go well for anybody at all. Now you can see in this view right here, there is sand on the track. That's because somebody has gone off the track and back on there. Sand on both sides of the road at that corkscrew. Now it comes from, just because it's fresh in my mind, I drove it last night. It goes uphill, left-hand turn, straight downhill to a right-hand turn. When you're sitting in the cockpit of that car, you can't see anything. You have to just know, you have to be one with the car and know where that road goes.
And speaking of not even seeing anything, as well as we've been doing this for the last couple of races, but on top of the GTPs that our racers are going to be racing in, we have some sponsored GT3 cars that are AI controlled that are also going to be putzing around this racetrack, causing mayhem for all the drivers to get around. So if you're going over the corkscrew and you don't see the GT3 car in front of you, that's incident points and just overall chaos for your race, and you don't want to have that.
Right. Now, I can't remember, and maybe you do, how many points it is until they get a drive-through penalty?
So for a drive-through penalty, it's going to be 12 incident points.
12 points.
So after your 5th drive-through is when you're completely disqualified.
You're
from the race.
disqualified. Now, one thing about, we do have a chat. Full Throttle Racing going to win the team game again. Good luck, Full Throttle. We've got Full Throttle fans. Those fans show up to our chat every single race. Those are diehard Full Throttle fans. Thank you for joining us, and good luck to Full Throttle.
Yeah.
Now, the pit entrance for this track is hard, to say the least. It goes straight into a hairpin. You're coming off of that super quick race pace into slowing down because you can't speed in the pits to that hairpin turn. That is also going to be dangerous.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a chaotic
issues.
race all the way around, and I'm here for it.
Definitely, I am so excited. Chat, let us know how excited you are. I think we are still in team practice.
Got about 10 minutes left of that, and then these drivers are going to have a qualifying session to get out there and put down the fastest lap that they can. And I expect to see a lot of off tracks in this qualifying because these drivers are going to be pushing as hard as they can on cold GTP tires.
Definitely. I think we need to get principals into chat and do a roundtable with principals real quick.
That sounds like a great
before
idea.
qualifying starts.
All right, let's go ahead and head to the roundtable.
Chat, let us know if you want to hear anything from our principals.
So we got EJ, Brian, Benjamin,
Zane, and Xavier.
Xavier. All right, I'm not sure Zane's name in Discord.
I bet it's D, the main one.
I think so.
I think that's what it is.
All right. Hey, team principals. How you guys doing? I don't think they can hear us. Andrew, you need to put us in.
Principals, can you hear us? I think we're having some audio issues. Give us just a minute. Principals, can you hear us now?
And race control will have to join, and then
Yes.
we'll be able to talk to us to the team principals here. Yeah, we're waiting on you. Just join the roundtable channel. All right, can you guys hear us? All right.
Sorry
Well,
about that.
all good, but we've got all of the team principals now in a roundtable. We just want to ask you guys one by one how you're feeling before this race. So we're just going to go down the chat here from each one of you guys and then talk about a little bit about your team and then how you guys are feeling as well. So let's go ahead and start with Benjamin. You have the fastest time in practice right now. How are you in full throttle racing feeling right now?
I'm feeling pretty good. I've been racing Laguna Seca all week for the official races. Been doing pretty well. Put a lot of practice in. As a team, I think we're feeling pretty good. Even Dominic, who has been splitting his time between this week, next week, and his real life racing. But we're going to finish strong.
Awesome. How about you, Zabelski? Brian, how are you feeling?
Feeling okay. We're just kind of trying to keep it clean and keep it on the track. I think that's going to be the most important thing tonight.
Absolutely, yeah. 60 incident points, and it's a disqualification, so we're all going to be watching you guys through that corkscrew. All right,
Yep. go ahead.
Dane,
Sorry.
for Mulbar Racing, you there?
Hey, I was AFK with DJ, sorry.
Oh no, you're good. We're trying to get a hold of Zane.
I know he did. Well, I think I got moved to the wrong chat.
Oh, what is Zane's Discord? Is it Mayday?
I believe it's Mayday.
Okay.
All right, yeah, I'll put you
We'll
back
switch
in that
it.
chat.
Sorry
We'll
about
grab
that.
'em.
It's all good.
All right, Zane, welcome to the Team Principals Roundtable. We're just checking in with everybody, see how you're feeling before the race, and we want to know how you and Team Mulbar are feeling.
A little weary after Shay's accident last night, so I'm super confident on a battle for the win like we were after last week, but definitely shooting for points.
Definitely, and we do want to send well wishes out to Shay. Hopefully he gets better soon. But you do have a reserve driver tonight, that's correct?
Yes, we got Dylan, big thank you to Dylan for coming in at the very last minute.
Awesome. Well, good luck.
All right,
Thank you.
next, EJ, let's hear from you. How are you feeling about practicing, and how's your team feeling?
We feel good. We're all comfortable. We're just gonna try to keep it clean, keep our cars pointed straight, and make it to the end without any DQs. Hopefully, it's gonna be a long race.
Absolutely, consistency is key, especially in the hypercars here at Laguna Seca. And finally, Xavier, let's hear from you and your team. How are you feeling for this race tonight?
Feeling pretty good. My AC in my house just broke an hour ago, so we're running it hot, but we're doing it for Dale, so it's all good, baby.
You heard it here
that's-
first, doing it for Dale.
Well, good luck. Hope you stay cool. Get some cool refreshments before the race starts. Definitely after the race is over.
And now I'm going to open this question up to all of you team principals here in this chat. Is there any messages you want to relay to any teams about on-track incidents or anything you want to prepare for? Any last or final thoughts for the stream and the entire team principal squad?
Good luck, everyone. I hope you all have a good race.
All I gotta say is make smart choices.
We're going to try to keep dirt off the track.
Christian got the fastest lap last time. I'm going to go for it this time.
All right,
All
sounds
right.
great, guys. Well, you guys are free to head back into your respective team channels. We will be popping in and out to hear some team comms and also ask you guys some trivia questions throughout the night. So expect to hear from us, but thanks for chatting, and good luck in qualifying, guys.
Thank you. Have fun.
Thank you.
Good
you.
luck. All right. Well, seems like it's going to be a pretty clean race.
Yeah, I
Or at
think
least
so.
they're going to try.
They all sounded pretty calm. I would not want to do this event without any AC, personally.
I know.
But,
When I
yeah.
first got here, I made Andrew turn on the air conditioner because I was hot. It is hot in Colorado today.
Oh, it
So
really
anybody
is.
joining us out of state, welcome. Thank you for joining us. We're battling the heat. So, everyone has their own things. That track has a lot of...
Oh,
that-
yeah.
That track's dirty.
And this is just after an hour of practice. Imagine what it's going to look like 2 hours of racing.
Right. When everyone's actually pushing harder to get their times. And I think it's going to be a nice friendly competition between Benjamin and Christian. He's really going for that fastest lap.
Yep, it didn't sound like there was any bad blood between any of the teams
No.
carried over from the last race. So I think we're going into this with a clean slate, and all of these drivers have an opportunity to put their car at the front and stay there. So it sounds
Definitely.
like consistency is going to be key over speed.
Definitely. And one thing we touch on every time we race is that, keeping that mental clarity throughout the entire race. The stamina these drivers have to have, takes a lot of discipline, I think.
It
So
really does. Absolutely.
if you're just joining us, welcome to the chat. Drop us a hello, a hi. Let us know you're there. We've got more trivia coming soon. We've got qualifying coming up in about 2 minutes. And we do want to give a shout out to all of our sponsors. Oasis Car Detailing, Simply Subarus. Who am I missing? Denver Racing Social, obviously, for putting it all together. And
We have Wilder Racing.
Wilder Racing, which is, fun fact, Dominic, that's his racing team.
That's pretty
So,
cool.
As you heard Benjamin say, Dominic's, he's downstairs racing on the full motion sim, but he's got this iRacing competition this week, iRacing next week, and he's got a real life race, I think, in between the two.
Oh, geez.
So he's got a lot, on top of, high school and graduation and all of the normal things that he's got going on in his life. So
Yeah.
there's a lot going on. So big shout out to him and congratulations on graduation. And we're
Yeah.
ready to get this qualifying underway.
So Dom has actually been racing in the 360 Motion Sim for the majority of these races in this series. So I don't know if that's going to help him now that he has more experience in that 360 motion sim. But if you have not come down to DRS in Centennial or Colorado, you have got to try the 360 motion sim. It is a sim racing experience like you've never experienced before. Speaking as someone who has done it a few times, it's quite a ride if you're not careful, for sure.
It definitely is. Now, it doesn't just keep you on the road either. You still have full control. So when you're running into the walls or flying off the track, you feel all of it. And it is so much fun. So congratulations again to our winner from trivia who won an hour with us, with you and 3 of your friends here in Centennial. Please drop us a chat so we know who you are. We can reach out to you to get that set up. And yeah, like John said, if you haven't been here, come on down. We do watch parties for the Formula One races. You can reserve your own sim time to come down with your friends. I don't know.
It's a good time.
It's a good time. If you follow any of the events, follow DRS, Denver Racing Social on the socials. You'll find out when the mobile sim is out, and you can go at that time. It's not full 360, but it is motion, which is also fun. So, yeah. We're ready to get qualifying started.
It's a lot better than racing with my office chair and a Logitech wheel back at home, let me tell you.
Well, do you remember for Le Mans, Dayton was driving in a metal folding chair?
A metal folding chair for
4 hours?
4 hours? Yeah, I was about to say 2.5. No, it was 4 hours of racing in that metal
race.
chair.
Yeah, he has upgraded. I did check in with him. He's upgraded to a taller kitchen chair. And then his pedals are sitting on like some books and a box.
Hey,
So
whatever works for you. I mean,
it's he has upgraded a little bit, but these drivers, this is their passion. It's a lot of fun. They do what they gotta do. We're excited to have them.
Absolutely. As we're now getting qualifying underway, we got a 10-minute session for all these drivers to get out there and put down a clean lap to see where they start on this grid. Now, for the last couple races here for the Broadcast Challenge Series here at DRS, qualifying has been so crucial for the starts of these races because when drivers start higher up in the field, there's much less of a chance for them to get caught up in shenanigans in the rear of the field, and that way they're able to just drive away and extend their gap early. Now, drivers, they don't have to necessarily qualify super high in order to win this race. It is all about consistency in the race, but qualifying at the front for the start of this race is going to keep you away from all of the chaos that might happen behind.
Definitely. It's definitely helpful to get a fast, clean lap and start at the front of the pack. Now, sometimes you start at the front, you get past, you kind of go back, but the chaos at the beginning of a race, of any race, starting in the back gives you more susceptible to being part of all of that chaos. As a reminder, we do have those slower cars also in the back who don't always watch out for our faster cars. So they also can cause some issues.
Yeah, those GT3 cars are driven by AI, so there's no human error in those at all. Any mistakes made by the GT3 are all programmed by the AI. So that is something I'm sure we're going to hear our drivers talk about when we hop on board with comms later this race, is just how the AI are treating them on the track.
Definitely.
Some other fun information, all good, from Race Control is, like Marissa had been talking about earlier in the stream, if you're looking on the track right now, you can see there's a ton of gravel on the sides of the track based on cars going off the track and getting back on. Now, this gravel and debris is not going to be automatically cleared off by iRacing. This is on the track for the entire night, which will be affecting grip levels and it will be affecting driving lines depending on how often drivers are going off the track and on. Like especially this part of the track leading up to the corkscrew, you can see there's a lot of runoff area for these drivers to come off, and you can just see how much gravel is on that. And if you're on the outside of the corkscrew in gravel, it's going to feel like driving on ice.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's going to cause your tires to lock up. It's going to cause you to slide right off of the track. It just makes that track so much more slippery. And that debris doesn't go anywhere. So the best thing, and as we heard your principals talking, the best thing is to keep a clean race. Make sure that you know that is the corkscrew. I have a
Christian
feeling we're going to see a lot
Martinez
of that today.
currently sitting on pole right now with an 1:18.9, goes off on the corkscrew, and we're going to be talking about the corkscrew literally all night. It is such a place for drivers to lose their car, and you don't want to you want to be able to go through the corkscrew consistently clean instead of pushing it and trying to find time, because that is where all the drivers are going to be getting their off tracks today.
Definitely. But that's exactly what we're talking about. As soon as you get an off track, that debris gets stuck in the tires, you get back on track, then it gets left on the track. So that's how the debris gets on the track to begin with, and then it stays there.
Look at all of the gravel there on turn 2. That is crazy. But speaking of good laps, Brian Zabelski there just put in a 1:19.0, which is going to put him second behind Christian Martinez. That's who we are on board with right now. We also got a chat. Shay from Molbar Motorsports here. Good luck, team. There we go. Shay from Molbar cheering on the new Molbar team. I am excited to watch these guys race.
I am very excited. Shay, thank you for joining us. And as I said before, if you weren't on, we do want to wish you getting well soon so that you can get back into your sim and join us for as soon as you can. So happy healing. Hopefully it's quick. But yeah, there's a lot of debris on this track.
Oh, that is a lot of gravel, and it's not going to go away either. So the gravel will eventually part for the driving line, but based on how many cars are consistently driving through it, the gravel will start to disperse. But at the beginning of this race, I don't see that happening immediately. I can picture a lot of cars doing off tracks, coming back on, gravel everywhere. So the first couple laps, I think, will be pretty dirty when it comes to track
Definitely.
conditions.
I agree. I think it's going to be a lot of that gravel on the track for the first few laps.
Oh, look at that.
Oh.
Brian's Bell getting loose on the gravel there in turn 1. We just saw we were on board with Brian, and he was following Christian that whole lap, and together they just bettered their lap times by almost a second over Benjamin Bechtel in third. Now the full time is a 1:17.0 by Christian, and Sabelski improved on his time to 1:17.4. So those two guys, bumper to bumper, actually finding time with all the gravel on this track.
Definitely. As you can tell, we're gonna stop talking about whatever we're talking and go to where all this gravel is happening, all these spins off track. We're gonna give you the best views that we can as they happen. Keep in mind there are 15 drivers. 15 drivers. That's a lot of drivers to get on the track at the same time. Hopefully clearing up the driving line to disperse some of that gravel, but at the beginning, like you said, it could be very chaotic.
And we have a new pole lap from Benjamin Bechtel for Full Throttle Racing.
116.
Pretty good lap there, as now you can see him trying to work around these GT3 traffic cars, who are also on track for all of these qualifying laps, which is important because those guys can get in your way so easily if you're on a flying lap and you're not careful.
Definitely. And the thing to remember is that I believe the AI cars should hold their racing line because our drivers are in the faster cars. It's up to them to get around the AI cars. So it's a little bit more work for our drivers, for sure, to get off of that racing line, keep it clean, and pass.
Go on board with Brian Sabelski here behind 2 GT3 cars. It's going to be hard to put in a flying lap with those GT3 cars. Going to not have the optimal line through that little kink there. And as you can see, he's going to go off the track, bring a little bit more gravel onto the racing surface, make it a little bit more sketchy. And just like that, I mean, that's a couple tenths and not there's a BMW backwards in the corkscrew. That's not going to be good for anybody going through the corkscrew.
Not.
Good reaction time there from Brian. But wow, chaos in qualifying already. About 2 minutes remaining.
Chat, drop us a line. Let us know if you're here, who you're cheering for, who you want to qualify on pole.
It looks like the top 3 have not been able to better their time yet. EJ Luna currently sitting in 4th, and then Xavier Williams just hops up to the roster, putting his name 5th on the grid with a 120.0, which I think is pretty decent pace for getting around here, especially with traffic cars. And I think just the longer the qualifying session goes on, the sketchier this track is becoming. So if you were able to put in a faster lap at the beginning, that is coming to your benefit now.
Most definitely. You know, the thing also to remember, we've talked about it for the past few races, is the new tires. The new tires with the gravel on the track and the traffic. This is going to be an exciting race. I'm so excited for it to get started. We're going to finish qualifying here in about 30 seconds. But it looks like, well, we'll keep on board with Nick, but I think we're going to have, we already know who our pole sitter is, possibly.
Benjamin just put in another flying lap to improve on his time, and now he's going into the pits. He says, yeah, that was a pretty good lap. I don't need to push my car any more than that, as we only have 10 seconds left, so all these drivers will finish their flying lap, and then we will have our grid set for the start of this race. Well, look at that. Dayton Harrison jumping up to fourth with a 1:18.7, pushing Luna down, and there you go. Zabelski improving at the last minute, jumping in front of Christian Martinez there, who falls down to third, and that was a pretty good lap from Zabelski, just 2/10 off of the pole, so he's looking pretty good to start on the front row here behind Full Throttle Racing in Benjamin Beck.
He must have really pushed on that last to get a clean lap. He cut his time down by almost a second.
And chat, the race is about to begin, so we want to see your support. Comment down below in the stream, either on YouTube or Twitch at Denver Racing Social, who you're cheering for in this race and who you think is going to get the dub. Because right now, Bechtel, he was fastest in practice, he was fastest in qualifying, and now he's starting on the pole. So I can see him just driving away as long as he doesn't make any mistakes.
Right, definitely. Which
Nicholas,
he has qualified early before. We watch him, and there are times when, you know, traffic happens, you know, you lose focus, something like that happens. So let's not jinx anybody, but it's going to be a good race.
Absolutely. All right, well, we're getting ready for the start of the race here. We're going to make sure we have everything ready for you guys to watch all the mayhem and the action on the screen. Oh, I'm so excited. This is always the most entertaining part of these sim races, at least for me, because this is where all the chaos happens.
Yes.
We love chaos.
We are ready. Chat, let us know. Are you ready? Well, ready or not, we're going to start
Ready or
without
not,
you,
the race is
but
going to start regardless.
Join us for this mayhem at the very beginning, because we're ready. We're excited. We hope you are too.
We'll try and get the camera angles ready for you guys so you can see all the chaos. We have one chat from Madeline in the YouTube chat saying Christian is going to win. Adeline is awake and watching her daddy race. Oh, that's so wholesome. That's just the best fans you can have right there.
That definitely is. Madeline, we will get your message to Chris after the race starts. We don't want to mess up anybody's race start. So we definitely will relay your message here as soon as we're going on this.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll try and figure out to see what the qualifying grid looks like here at the beginning of this race. As you can see, Bechtel with a 1:16.4 sitting on pole for Full Throttle. Brian Sabelski in second for OK Motorsports. Christian Martinez third as well. That was a really good lap he put in there at the very last second. In fourth, we have Dayton Harrison, another Full Throttle racing car. And in fifth, we have EJ Luna from Mile High Motor Club, which I know he's a really consistent driver, but now he's starting in like the mid-pack, so this is kind of where all the chaos is going to be happening. We have Xavier starting 6th, Nicholas starting 7th, Dominic 8th, Dylan 9th, and then Jacob Schiff starting in 10th. Those are all of your DRS drivers, and then all of the cars below them are all of the GT3 cars. But we're not going to be focusing on them. We want to see which team and which driver comes out on top for all of our drivers here. So there's going to be a pace lap, and then it's going to be a rolling start, which is, in my opinion, much better than a standing start, especially for these GTP cars. So there should be a little less chaos at the first turn, but I mean, like, this is, anything can happen at this point.
Definitely. It looks like we also have a way to go, Benjamin. So thank you for your chat. We will relay your message after the race starts, after the chaos dies down just a little bit, but thank you for showing your support. Anybody else in chat, let us know who you're supporting. Who do you predict is going to win? Do you predict that someone's going to cause a crash? We want to know your thoughts.
You can see the track conditions up on your screen now. And I think one of the biggest things you're going to hear Marissa and I talk about when it comes to track conditions tonight are all of the marbles on the track. So it should be a really grippy track. Otherwise, the sun is shining, the track is hot, and all of these cars are going to be heating up their tires pretty quick. But all of that can fly out the window if you get on some marbles and fly off the track.
Definitely. It could take one lockup, it could take one oversteer, and
oh, never mind. Here we got the lights at the start finish line. I think
Oh.
we're also actually going to do a standing start. That is on me here.
No, I don't think we should be doing a standing start.
Okay, it is.
No, no.
It is a rolling
Yeah,
start.
there is a pace car there.
The lights were just on.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it threw
all
me off too. I was like, what did I mess up?
As you can see, these drivers swerving back and forth. And if you guys are new to iRacing and I'm not sure what they're doing here, they have to warm up
they're
these tires.
warming up
They're
those
trying to get
tires.
friction in the tires to get some heat in those tires so that they're not skating off the track into turn one without any grip. And that is one of the most crucial things, especially with these cars these guys are driving, is when you go out on cold tires, there's almost no grip whatsoever. These cars rely heavily on the grip from these tires, and that's what these guys are doing now, warming them up on the outlap.
Definitely. We have another fan of Benjamin's in the chat, so thank you again. We will relay your message after the race starts. We're going to let our drivers focus. We're going to watch all the wiggles of warming up tires. And yeah, I hope for a really good race. I hope for a clean race.
Yep, I hope for a clean getaway as well, because all of these
Yeah.
drivers, as you can see, we have 3 different teams starting in the top 3 with full throttle, putting their cars first and fourth. And oh man, I mean, you're going to have drivers battling within teams. You're going to have drivers battling other teams. And oh, it's going to be chaos. But it's always great to see all of the full throttle fans in the chat supporting Benjamin, starting on pole. This is what the fans love to see.
Definitely. And just as we saw those cars drive by, those liveries on these cars are beautiful.
Incredible.
We have the metallic purple and gold for full throttle. We have I don't know who's Sabelski. OK Motorsports is the yellow and white. So pick your favorite car. I know Mile High Motor Club has like a Colorado theme on their cars. Each team got to pick their own liveries. So they put a lot of work in this. And so we thank you all for joining us.
All right. Now let's go
Here
ahead
we
and
go.
get into the start of this race. I'm going to try and call this as best I can once the green flag waves, and I'll try and encompass all of this chaos that is going to be happening at the beginning of this race as they go around the final turn. The pace car is in. Benjamin is out by himself, and the green flag is out. He's full throttle. He is out of there, and he is not having any of these drivers giving him any time to react, as he's the first one to put his car down in turn one. As you can see, the braking zone, all these drivers trying to be careful, giving each other space through the first turn. It looks like everyone's racing through pretty clean. No one's chucking it in there as the drivers. Oh, it looks like there's a little bit of an incident, actually. It might be a GT3 car tangling up with one of the prototypes as Benjamin goes off track. That is going to give second place a good opportunity to pounce on him and get that position early. That is Brian Sabelski, but Benjamin's still going to hold his position, put his car in the middle of the track so to make sure Brian doesn't get any ideas, try and make a move. And it looks like all of these drivers are now getting in single file, and it's pretty smart for them not to be lunging. Oh, we have a car. They're very far off the track around that turn. That is somewhere farther in the pack, but it looks like the front few cars, Bechtel and Martinez and Tabelski and Harrison, all getting away pretty cleanly. Oh, look at that. A lot of shuffling here.
A lot of
Beginning
shuffling.
of the race here
Looks
on the
like
grid, trying to get the camera. All these cars are probably barreling around almost to around this corkscrew now. But we're getting it all figured out.
It looks like they did mostly all go single file through that corkscrew.
Yeah, the pace is not quite there yet. Trying to figure out the track temps. A 1:23 from our leader, which is a couple seconds off of what his qualifying time was. But that is what we expect to see here at the beginning of these races. Drivers are just trying to get the wheels underneath them, and this is a good opportunity to make some passes. But I think because of how long this race is they're not going to be trying to make that many moves early.
Definitely, I agree.
Oh, look at that. We've got cars back. We're
Sideways
on board with
cars.
Dominic Wilder, who is now up 6 positions into second. Looks like Bechtel has dropped down a couple spots, maybe missed a few turns. But Dylan Carlisle is currently your leader here at the beginning of this race. Dylan was racing with us last time, at Long Beach and didn't have the best day, but I'd say he's pretty happy now. He's currently up front with a solid gap on Dominic there, just trying to keep it clean. As you can see, he just misses the apex there a little bit, goes off track, but is still good enough to hold that lead as we have a bunch of chaos there in the back. Dom again in second. And, look at that! Dylan off the corkscrew. That is not what you want to see. He's going to give the lead away there probably, as we see Dom here coming around the corkscrew. Wow, Dylan actually had a much bigger lead than I was anticipating there at the start of the race, but now Dom gets through the corkscrew cleanly, and he's got drivers on his tail.
That is definite. This is very chaotic. I don't know what happened at the beginning of this race.
Yeah, that was some crazy stuff. Benjamin Bechtel's down, Harrison's down some spots, Sabelski's down some spots, EJ Luna's down, and we got a car spun around. It's like, oh my goodness, we got cars everywhere. We got cars off track. We got cars spinning out other cars. We got GT3 cars in the mix. We have a GT3 car currently sitting in 6th right now because some of these hybrid cars are around and not getting any good lap times in. But right now, Bechtel has gotten back into the lead there. Must have been an incident there with the leaders. Christian Martinez following him in 2nd, who we are on board with now. As we go through the corkscrew, it looks like there are a lot of marbles on the track already, and that is not going to be good for these drivers just trying to get in some solid laps. As we look at the standings right now, I mean, Nicholas Amato down 13 spots. Dom now down 11 spots. Jake Schiff down 8 spots. Grigsby down 5. And I mean, it is just absolutely chaos. Sabelski's down 3 spots, but then we have some improvements. We have Taminga, who is up a couple spots. And we also have Dayton Harrison, Xavier Williams up some spots. So it looks like the order has now evened out a little bit from those chaotic first few laps, as Bechtel is the leader with Martinez less than a second behind. And it looks like the top 2 have pulled away a little bit from the rest of the field. And that's great. We have some more Full Throttle Racing fans in the chat cheering on Benjamin. Looked like he had a bit of a hectic start, but now he's back in the lead, holding it well.
Definitely. He did have a very hectic start.
Wow.
He started on pole, dropped down to like, I don't know, 6? Something like that,
yeah.
And now is back up. That just shows, it goes to prove anything can happen at any time during this race.
Look at that.
That corkscrew was definitely something we mentioned before the race started that we were going to go back and watch.
Unbelievable.
That is where it looked like a lot of our cars were going off track.
Yeah, we were trying to give you as much information as we could based on what we could see just on the standings and everything. And I mean, like, people were jostling for position everywhere on there. Dylan Carlisle was in the lead, and now he's in the bottom. So obviously a lot of chaos, and I'm sure we'll talk to the teams about that once we start hopping into these driver comps later in this race.
Definitely. We'll have to ask them what happened, what it was like at the beginning of the race for them.
Most definitely. See, on board with Xavier Williams here for a DRS replay. It looks like he took that corner pretty good, actually.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
A clean turn.
With that, we got another driver off in that replay on the corkscrew. I mean, the corkscrew is a dangerous place on this track.
Most definitely.
On board with a replay of Benjamin Bechtel here going across the start-finish line for Full Throttle Racing, still holding that lead after qualifying first. Looks like he's going to have a bit of a lockup, but manages to save it. Doesn't have to. I mean, look at all the gravel on there. That is like driving on ice going on that gravel. That is very dangerous, especially with these cars. Do you put the power down a little too much? No worries, chat. Race Control has a few technical difficulties to work out here, but then we will get back to the live racing to see where all of the drivers are currently sitting now. But hey, we're getting our technical difficulties out of the way early, which I think is better than having them late.
Definitely.
Stick with us, chat. We will get back to the live racing action here shortly.
Looks like this replay showed, I think that's one of our AI cars off track.
Yeah, looked like it. On Nicholas Amato for the Mile High Motor Club. Looks like Christian Martinez is holding that gap behind first place, not letting Benjamin get away. What we like to see.
Well, bear with us, chat, during these technical difficulties, but drop us a line. Let us know if you'd like us to jump in with any teams. Looks like we are going to have another trivia if we're ready for it.
Yeah, we'll try and get back to the live here as soon as we can.
All right, chat. We've got the next trivia up. This is gonna go for your teams. You have to scan the new QR code. All you're gonna have to enter is your name and the team you want the points to go to. Now this is going to 100 points to the first place. I believe 50 points to second place and 25 to third place. So race control told me I'm wrong. It's 100 points to the first place, 75 to second place, and 50 to third place. So if you want to get your favorite team some bonus points, scan the QR code. I'm gonna scan.
Yep. I'm also scanning. I think I'm going to be trying to score some points for Mile High Motor Club today.
Ooh, I think I'm gonna try to score some points for, I don't know. I'll let chat decide. Chat, let me know. Who do you want me to try to get points for? I did not set this up, so I have no idea, and I don't know NASCAR. So.
I feel like I should do pretty good at this. If I don't do very well in NASCAR trivia, then what have I been watching NASCAR my whole life for, you know?
I don't think I honestly have ever seen a NASCAR race. So
what team are you going to be supporting then, Marissa?
What team should I support? I don't know that I will give so many points, but I will try my hardest. Chat, let us know. Make sure you scan the QR code. Go to crowd.live. The code for this one is E4ZWV. Let's do some trivia while we get our technical difficulties straightened out. Which
trying to get.
team should we try to get points for?
You tell me. I'm going to be answering this trivia for Mile High Motor Club. I know that that's Nicholas Amato and EJ Luna, those kind of guys who are on the track right now. Curious to see where they're at on the track, but I'll try to be scoring some bonus points for them for this Legends of NASCAR trivia.
All right, we have about 50 seconds. I think I'm going to pick one of our newer teams. Let's go Moto House.
There you go.
Let's see what we can do. We've got 30 seconds. Chat, are you ready? Figure out. Very interested to see what these questions are going to be like.
Me too. Yeah, I wonder how in-depth this NASCAR trivia can be, because you can get really niche with the NASCAR trivia.
I'm
so
sure.
I have no idea what we're in for here, but we'll see. See here, Dale Earnhardt question.
All right. I have no idea. Oh no. Remember, chat, the earlier you answer the question, the more points you get.
Got 3 answers for the Menacer.
Oh, that's what I was
and
wrong.
2 answers for the
It's
Intimidator.
the Intimidator. Were you right?
Oh, of course.
Of course you were. Oh. All right, chat. Let us know. Were you right?
Hey, there we go. Up at the top. Up at the top of the scoreboard.
Oh man, I'm in 4th.
Got a fan for Moto House in the chat. Shout out you, Roland.
All right. Which female NASCAR driver is shown here? Oh, I don't know.
Who is this driver?
I don't know. I'm sure you know. Chat, do you know? I'm just guessing at these, and I am so sorry.
It is Danica Patrick.
I was right. I knew I recognized that name, Danica. All right. Oh, and you have to answer fast. It's hard when you don't know the answers to anything. Okay, what beer brand sponsored Dale Earnhardt Jr.? Oh my goodness.
From 1999 to 2007. Fun fact, this sponsor actually came back and sponsored Dale Jr. In a late model race last year. So the partnership is back. What iconic beer brand is it?
Oh no, am I wrong?
It's
It's Budweiser. Oh, I picked right. Nice.
Still working on getting that live feed for the stream up for you guys so you can see how your favorite racers are currently doing while we try and score them some trivia. Ooh, a car movie. Car movie question.
Oh my gosh, I didn't watch this either. I am so sorry, Moto House. I am not doing well on earning you extra points.
That's a pretty deep question though.
I am wrong.
The answer is B, Daryl Cartridge.
Yep, I'm wrong. I don't know the movie Cars. I don't know NASCAR. Oh no. Chat, drop me a line. Help me out. Help me earn points for Moto House.
We only have 3 racing teams being presented right here, so if you want to help somebody else out, jump in while I try to figure out this terrible, terrible live stream.
I don't know who that is.
He's got the big cowboy hat. He's considered the king of NASCAR.
I am so sorry.
Answer is D, Richard Petty.
Man, these are hard. And I should be Googling.
That's true. You have a screen right there.
I have a screen. I should be Googling, and I'm trying to be honest in answering questions. Looks like Mile High Motor Club might be getting those bonus points.
Hey, I said I've gotten everyone right. So
let's see what soft drink brand started sponsoring Jeff Gordon's racing team.
Ooh, this is actually a good question. I might be wrong here, but I mean, you got all the big brands right there, so I guess
no idea.
Gotta choose one.
Who knows NASCAR? If you're in the chat, help me out. Oh, I was wrong.
The answer was Pepsi.
It was Pepsi. Oh.
So we got a little bit of a freeze on the trivia here for you guys.
We got a freeze on our stream, I think.
No worries. We'll get those technical difficulties sorted for you guys here soon. All right, question. What team did Bobby Labonte drive for to win his championship?
Chad, I need your help. Desperately need your help.
The answer was B, Joe Gibbs Racing. Driving the 18 car Interstate Batteries.
Oh no. Chat doesn't know the answers either.
Running away with it. This is making up for my lack of knowledge in the driver trivia
drivers,
earlier.
Yeah. Definitely. And chat, we do see you. We have another fan of Benjamin's. We will relay that as soon as we get our technical difficulties figured out.
I'm actually not that confident about my answer to this question. Who started the tradition of doing a victory lap in the wrong direction? The answer was... See, okay, I did get it right. Oh, thank goodness. All of this random NASCAR knowledge in my mind wasn't for nothing.
Apparently, you have everything. You know all of the answers. I know none of the
I'm a big NASCAR guy. What can I say?
Oh, man.
Don't worry if you guys don't know any of these NASCAR trivia questions. That is okay. There will be more opportunities for... oh, goodness.
We have to type something in. I don't know.
There will be better questions that aren't NASCAR related that you guys can also answer in chat. So stay tuned for that.
I don't know if they're better. I have a little inside track on the other topics, and I don't know anything about any of them.
Look at that. We got IndyCar. We got 2 answers with NASCAR, 1 with an exclamation point. Oh, I answered that completely wrong. I read the question wrong. I was going too fast.
What was the answer?
It was drag racing.
Drag racing. Ah, I did not answer that.
I just saw Tony Stewart's face and I typed Tony Stewart. Well, that's what I get for not reading the question.
Let's see.
Oh, goodness. Which modern NASCAR driver is the only auto racer in history to win the Associated Press Male Athlete of the Year award?
In 2009. So this was a while ago.
Everyone answered D, Jimmy Johnson. Answer
Yay!
is D, Jimmy Johnson.
I got one right.
Congrats.
Finally.
Currently sitting in first with 500 points. Let's go. Mile High Motor Club.
I am about 500 points behind you. That's how bad I am at this trivia.
Oh, this is a very tricky question.
Ah, I have no idea.
What kind of car is that in the image? Got 1 answer for Pontiac, 2 answers for Dodge, 2 for Chevrolet. The answer is Dodge. That is the Dodge Challenger Daytona. Pretty cool looking car. It's got a very big wing on it.
It does have a very big wing. You are correct. Hey, your
Just
first
got
points.
Here.
Congratulations.
Yes, if you are now just joining, you could still scan the QR code to join the current trivia.
I don't know the answers to anything.
Most combined wins in NASCAR driver history. The answer is B, Kurt and Kyle Busch. As someone who grew up watching Kyle Busch all my life, I would know he is the most NASCAR wins out of any driver ever.
Wow.
Fun fact.
That's a great statistic to hold.
But anyways, thank you guys for joining the chat. We'd love to see you guys chatting in here. And like I've mentioned earlier, don't worry. Not all of the questions are NASCAR themed. We will get to some more genuine trivia questions to help your teams and also win some sim time here at DRS.
I didn't read the question. I just picked an answer.
Yeah, I had to read that pretty quickly.
I'm trying to answer fast so that I get more points, and I'm not doing so well.
3 answers for A, Plymouth.
I'm not doing so well.
The answer is D. Oh, I got it. First question, I got it wrong.
Oh, wow.
I know. What is even going on? Don't worry, chat. We're trying to get that live feed here back on for you guys to see how our racers are doing. We watched the first few laps, and now the drivers have had some time to even out. So I'm curious to see where they stack up.
Definitely.
All right, next question.
Oh, we have to put them in order? I have no idea.
Ooh, this is interesting. We'll go with it. I think it's Indianapolis, Darlington, Daytona, Talladega.
That is so not what I put. All right, chat. Let us know if you got this one right. We don't need to know the answer quite yet, but let us know if you got it correct. That'll be an exciting one. I definitely, if John's answer is correct, I definitely got it wrong.
But I hope I got it right. I can't have 2 wrong answers in a row. It's like, what do I even know? Oh, well, I got that very wrong. Oh, nope, there we go.
Oh, you got it right.
I got it right. Wow, look at me.
I got it very wrong. So, hopefully I get points for getting maybe one right, but I don't know if I even got one right. Oh, I'm failing Moto House. I'm so sorry. Chat, join us. Pick Moto House as your team and help me out. Oh, man.
Answers are pretty split across the board. It is B, Wendell Scott.
Not doing so hot.
All right, here are the winning teams points-wise. Motor House third. Hey, 116 points. That's not bad. Second place, Full Throttle, 148. And then first place, Mile High Motor Club, 370 average points. Let's go.
So thank you. Mile High Motor Club owes you a big thank you for giving them an extra 100 points. Full Throttle Racing is getting an extra 75 points. Motor House GP is getting an extra 50 points. So thank you, chat, for joining us in that one.
All right, that was fun, but now we are back with the live racing. Thank goodness. And let's go ahead and talk about what has happened so far. Let's go ahead and break down the standings for you guys. In first place, we have Benjamin Bechtel, who's now pulled a 6-second gap over Christian Martinez, who is currently sitting in second, who is up 1 spot from the start. Third, we have Dayton Harrison, also up 1 start. Fourth, Xavier Williams, up 2 spots from the start. Good start from him. And then fifth, we have Brian Sabelski, who has dropped back 3 spots from the start, but is very close behind Xavier there, as you can see the interval time on your screen there. Sixth place, we have EJ Luna, Jacob Schiff, Nicholas Amato, Dom, Grigsby, Carlisle, Taminga, May, Gutierrez. All of those guys are now on a different lap than our top 5 drivers, as these cars are just starting to drive away. And it looks like there's a 21-second gap between second place and third place right now. So it looks like the cars have very much been split. And you can see the gap, the intervals between all of the other drivers. It looks like there's a lot of space between all of these drivers, except for Xavier Williams, who is very much under pressure by Brian Zabelski there right behind him. Not to mention Xavier trying to chase down Dayton Harrison, who is only 2 seconds ahead of him up on the track. So very close between our 3rd, 4th, and 5th place cars.
Definitely. This is exciting. Now, if you're here with us for our principals meeting, Benjamin did say that he was going for that fastest lap. Now, Christian currently does hold the fastest lap, but he is not in first place. So we'll have to see how that plays out. See if Benjamin can push a little bit harder, or if Christian's going to make a pass.
Those of you guys just joining the stream and curious as to what you're looking at on the stats there on your left underneath the gap, that is how far away the driver is from the actual leader, who is right now Benjamin Bechtel, and the interval is how far that driver is away from the car in front of them. So as you can see in the back of the field, we have 12 seconds, 13 seconds behind, 35 seconds behind. So all of those drivers are very much spaced out all the way up until Luna, who is 30 seconds behind Brian Zabelski there, who is half a second behind Xavier, who is a second and a half behind Dayton Harrison, who Xavier is actually now putting in some good lap times and getting some time on Dayton Harrison. As you can see, getting a little bit closer. And look at all those marbles on the track. That is a very, very messy track. I bet that definitely played a part in how far spaced out all of these drivers are. But incredible stuff. It looks like all of the GT3 cars are actually out of this race, which is interesting. Not sure what happened there, but that very much makes it cleaner for all of these other drivers. You know what? I have a theory. We didn't see anything that was going on here at the start of this race, but it sounded like it was chaotic. And all of the GT3 cars are currently out of this race. Could they have been penalized to oblivion and removed from this race? Or do you think they were removed by race control and now the track is open just for these GTD prototype racers?
I think it's quite possible. I think there was so much chaos, which possibly could have caused some of our technical difficulties. But we saw a lot of those cars going off the track. Oh, looks like we might have a little bit of contact there.
Laguna here, letting some lapped cars by, I believe. Getting past a lap car, hard to say. Now on board with Christian Martinez, our Xavier Williams, who is now 1 second behind Dayton Harrison. He is getting some time on him for sure. Dayton missing that apex there. And we've got third, fourth, and fifth all in a line here under 1 second between each other. This is the battle on track to be watching. As you can see, Christian is 21 seconds in front of Dayton, so the top two are completely driving away from it. But these three drivers are now very close quarters with each other, and I hope they better not make any mistakes, because right now, where they're at, they have pretty good track position against the field.
They do. They have a really great track position. And Chad, I know we promised you we're going to go in and talk to our drivers and let them know your well wishes. We haven't forgotten about you. We're just making sure that all of our technical issues are under control on our end before we hop over. But yeah, this, like John said, that third, fourth, and fifth place fight right now is definitely one to keep an eye on.
Right now, it looks like Xavier is the fastest out of the trio, building a gap on the car behind. As you can see, there's a car backwards through the corkscrew there, trying to get out of the way for these three racers. But Xavier is also gaining some time on Dayton Harrison lap after lap after lap. He's the fastest out of this trio, so it'll be interesting to see if he goes for a pass here eventually, because eventually pit cycles are going to start going through and drivers are going to be shuffling through the order. But right now, I believe this is the battle for the bottom step of the podium, currently held by Dayton Harrison, but Xavier now 6/10 behind, going to try and close that gap as we have a beautiful camera angle here as we have Dayton go wide. That's going to give Xavier the run here, and that is also going to allow Zabelski to get by as well. Not a lot of time lost there for Dayton, I believe, or that actually might have been a
Dayton
lap
came
car.
into third.
That is my bad. I got a little bit confused there. That was a lap car going off the track here as we're on board with Dayton. That is the full throttle purple car that you're spectating right now, and Xavier Williams is behind as we now skip to Jacob Schiff. Sorry. Benjamin Bechtel, who is currently in the lead.
I think he's lapping somebody.
And it looks like he is lapping somebody. He still has a 7-second gap in front of second place. It sounded like he had been practicing this track literally all week, so it doesn't surprise me that he's up in front of the field with a very solid gap against the rest of the field.
Definitely.
Of how much practice he has. He looks really good on this track.
Definitely. Now, if you do notice, too, that Christian is closing that gap to Benjamin. Just a few cycles ago, there was a 9-second gap. He's already closed that. So,
it looks like if we can go back on board with Xavier Williams, he is really close to the back of Dayton Harrison here. Looking at the interval chart, it looks like Zabelski's backed off a little bit from this battle, but now we very much have a battle for third place. There we go, on board with Xavier in the Moto House GP car, beautifully chasing down the full throttle racing car of Dayton Harrison. Looks like he's now back off a little bit from the bumper of that full throttle racing car, but he's still right there. And don't count out Brian Zabelski as well. Those cars still running less than a second and a half away from each other.
Definitely. They're coming up on that corkscrew, so definitely not an ideal place to pass.
Look, you can see there's a ton of gravel there on the bottom of the corkscrew and a lot of gravel just on the track everywhere after the corkscrew, which is crucial because that is where all the drivers are putting the power down to try and get some speed coming out of the corkscrew, and that's very dangerous. You put the power down too hard, your car can just come out from underneath you and lose a lot of time you don't want to lose. It looks like all of these guys are racing pretty safely, as you can just see all of the gravel on this track. Man, the track is messy, and it's not going to be getting any cleaner.
Definitely. Like you said before, that racing line might clean up a little bit, but anytime anybody locks up or goes off track just a little bit, it brings that debris right back onto the track.
We're now on board with the replay. We got EJ Luna here. Let's see what happened to him. Little lock up there on the last turn. Manages to keep it on the track. Could have been much worse there, but that's what happens when you miss a braking zone. You lose some seconds, and now on board with Daniel Taminga takes out, what is that? That looks like a Mulbar car, I believe. And look at that, just absolutely takes him out into the corner, going in a little too far. And yes, that is a Mulbar car. Not exactly sure who's driving that, but Daniel lets him keep a spot and they get back on going.
But you see, just by that incident, how much debris gets put back onto the track.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is happening all over the track as well. We're back on board with our battle for third. Here's Brian Sabelski holding a very solid race, not letting these guys get too far ahead of him here. Holding some consistent pace, but now it looks like he's going to put the pressure on Xavier Williams as they come around that final corner across the start-finish line. A really good run there for Sabelski. It'll be interesting to see what he does going into turn one.
Yeah, let's see if he can push around that turn and gain a position. That'd be very good for him.
Looks like, he's going to get to the back bumper. He's going to try and go around the outside. Doesn't look like he's going to get there. He's going to stay tucked in behind Xavier there. And that was probably the smart move, not making a dive bomb and taking them both out of the race.
Definitely. And like you said, Zabelski is one of our principals, and he was talking during the principal meeting before the race. Keep it clean. Let's make good choices. Make the proper choice of when to pass. So I think he decided that maybe wasn't the safest place to pass.
And that's smart. That is how you know Brian is a smart race car driver. He's not putting his car in a vulnerable position at this point in the race. We're only 34 minutes into this 2.5-hour race, lap 28. So there are so many more laps for these guys to run, and there's no need to ruin your race over a spot that you might be able to find by your opponent making mistakes. So now it's just trying to minimize mistakes and getting some good lap time, because right now it looks like Benjamin has been driving away with it. Christian Martinez actually cutting that gap down a little bit, and I believe Christian won Long Beach, if I'm not mistaken.
You are not mistaken. He did win. He's a fast driver.
Absolutely. I mean, like, Long Beach goes to show. I mean, he was, I want to say 30 seconds in front of second place at the end of that race. So he just had the pace over everybody. And I know that Benjamin Bechtel saw that. He wanted to take the fight to Christian in this race. So I expect Christian and Benjamin to be battling here once the race comes to a close. But right now, 6 seconds currently separate them out on the track. Christian has the best lap, but Benjamin has the best position.
That's correct. And sometimes it'll come down to what is their pit strategy. I don't think we checked in with them at during any of our meetings before the race. So I think that pit strategy also, all about strategy sometimes.
We've got our battle for third here weaving through. You got a bunch of lapped cars here, letting them go by, and all of these guys, look at how close they are. Brian Sabelski can see third place, the podium in his reach right there. He's just got to make some really good turns and keep that pace consistent.
That's true. And I mean, there's, less than a second gap between him and Xavier.
Look at that. Dayton Harrison in third for full throttle. Then we've got Xavier, and then we have Sabelski. 3 teams currently fighting for that bottom podium place. And right now it's going to there. I mean, look at how close these guys are. I would be surprised if one of them didn't make a mistake right now, because the pressure is on.
Definitely. That pressure can cause any driver to lose focus, go a little wide, oversteer, lock up. And then, before you know it, your fifth place car.
Oh, look at that. Looks like
can turn into third.
A little bit of a pass there. Xavier and Sabelski.
They're going wheel to wheel.
I don't know who's going to get the spot here. We have Xavier on the inside here. They're going to be going up to the corkscrew. Looks like he doesn't have the run. Sabelski's going to have the run on the outside here, and he has the position going into the corkscrew. A very clean pass by Brian Sabelski, but now he is currently 2.8 seconds ahead of Dayton Harrison, who was able to extend his gap just a little bit with these cars going side by side. But now it looks like Xavier is going to put his head down and stay behind Sabelski to see if they can't close that 2.5-second gap for third place. That was a pretty clean pass. That's what you love to see.
That was the perfect time to pass, right before the corkscrew, before any, dangerous zones of this track. And he did it very clean. However, it did cost both of those drivers a bigger gap between them and Dayton.
Most definitely. I think Dayton saw those two battling behind and felt a little more confident going out of the corkscrew that he's going to have a bit of a gap. But now that Sabelski and Williams are in line, as you can see, that interval is just cutting down less than 2 seconds now for Sabelski chasing down Harrison.
Chat, let us know. Drop us a line.
How would you rate that pass? 1 out of 10. Inside going into the kink and the outside car having the run to keep that position. Both of these drivers racing each other really clean. The kink right here, this is the turn that the Xavier Williams car is coming up on now. That is a very easy turn if you're going side by side to contact with other cars. So the fact that they got through cleanly, that's very commendable for both of those drivers.
Definitely. Oh, we are looking at incidents.
Taking a look at the incident points here. Looks like no disqualifications for the GT3 cars. So that answers that. Those were taken out of the equation here by race control. So those guys aren't in the race anymore. And it looks like some of these drivers have done a couple pass-through penalties. It looks like Dylan's done a couple pass-throughs. Looks like Taminga's done a couple pass-throughs. And it also looks like Gutierrez Ruben has also done a couple pass-throughs. Other than that, it looks like some of these drivers are keeping it clean, but incident points are slowly racking up. And especially in a battle like this, you wouldn't want to have to do a drive-through penalty and lose all that track position.
No, definitely not.
But I mean, take a look at that. Harrison is back in view as Xavier and Sabelski have caught back up to the full throttle racing car. And now it's going to be Sabelski putting the pressure on Harrison, trying to get that third place.
Definitely.
Full throttle racing is definitely one of the teams to look for as the top dogs in this league. As you can see, obviously Bechtel currently in the lead, 8 seconds ahead of Christian, and then Dayton Harrison, his teammate, in third. First and third for this team, especially with the pace that these drivers are showing. Yeah, I think they're the team to beat tonight.
Most definitely. I think, that from being in, we have the opportunity to be in all of the team chats. So we see all the chatter that happens going on throughout the time in between the races, and I can say this is one of the teams that has the most communication, at least that we're privy to. That they talk about all of their, their strategies, all of the well, I don't even know how to explain it. All the details that they go into with this race, so that they're all on the same page. Because they want to win as a team.
What do you say we don't hop into full throttle racing chat, hear some of their comms, because right now Harrison is under pressure from Sabelski. Us at the commentator booth will take a quick break and we'll just leave you with some driver audio for full throttle. How's that sound?
I think it sounds good. Chat, you good with that?
All right. We know we have a bunch of full throttle fans in the chat. We know you're there. You can't hide from us, chat. We know the full throttle fans are there, so we're going to give you guys what you want. We're just going to listen in to the full throttle racing comms, and us at the commentary booth, Marissa and I will be right back.
Someone just came and left the group chat.
Oh, don't mind us. This is the commentary booth. You just want to hear your team chatter. Don't mind us. It's like we're not here.
Not going to hear much besides concentration. Someone spun in front of me with a corkscrew. I mean, I dodged them, so it's all good.
Dayton, let me know when you want to pass. All right. I'll stay wide.
We can hear you, Marissa.
All right. Well, we are back.
Thank you for giving us a little break.
Yes, much appreciated.
Drop
here.
us a chat. Let us know you're still there with us.
45 minutes into this race. I want to hear how you guys are feeling.
We are going to jump to, you notice there's a difference in our leaderboard. We're going to jump to.
As we have a bit of a
we
replay,
had
Christian
a
Martinez
pit.
going into the pits from second place. That is why there was such a big gap to Benjamin there up at front. So currently our second place car going through the pits. I don't know if this is a drive-through. I don't know if this is strategy. But I guess we'll just find out as the race unfolds.
Definitely. We'll see.
So Christian is
it
doing
is
a
a
drive-through penalty.
drive-through.
That is what happens. You go off the track. Maybe it was at the corkscrew, but now he's got to serve that penalty. And if we go ahead and look at the looks like 12 incident points for Bechtel as well. That means he's also going to have to do a drive-through. So that's our leader coming in, and look at that. Zane May just had to start doing a drive-through. EJ Luna's getting really, really close. Dayton Harrison only 5 incident points, keeping it really clean, and Zabelski only with 2. That is the cleanest driver on track right now.
Very clean. Yep.
Look at that, our leader's pushing a little too hard, it looks like, and I think they're paying the price for it, these track limits. Got some chat. Let's go, Benjamin. Chat out full throttle.
Our full throttle fans, you never cease to show up and show your support, and we really appreciate you. Let's keep the chat going. Who else is in the chat? Who else are you cheering for? Benjamin's going to be serving his drive-through, possibly. Oh, not yet. He's coming up to the corkscrew.
That clean through the corkscrew. Good line from Bechtel through there. We'll see if he goes into the pits this time.
Nope.
Interesting. He'll have to serve that penalty eventually.
Yeah. I think you only have so much time to serve those penalties, so I'm not quite sure. A little bit of a lockup.
On board now with Sabelski, who is still on the taillights of Dayton Harrison here. Looks like he's really going to try and make this pass, but right now they are just bumper to bumper. Some really consistent pace out of both of these cars, and really much keeping it clean. As you can see, the lap car getting out of the way for this battle for second, as Sabelski has been grinding hard. And like we had just mentioned earlier, Sabelski now has the least amount of incident points out of all of these drivers, which is very impressive stuff, given the fact that he's been battling this whole time.
Definitely, definitely. When these drivers tend to push, it's when these races get a little bit messy. But he seems to be keeping his pace and keeping that car on track with minimal incidents. So that's what helps him score in the top 5 pretty much every race.
Definitely. That Dayton is putting in some really fast laps there. That last lap was a 1:16.8, only 0.2 off his fastest. So he's really pushing hard. As you can see, some lap cars going off the track there in turn 1 behind him. And honestly, the lap cars are giving the track to the racers, which I think is great. But what the lap cars are also doing is bringing a lot of gravel onto that track based on all their mistakes, which is going to affect these guys one way or another.
Most definitely.
Going through the corkscrew again. It looks like the gravel has cleared out a little. I mean, never mind. Nope. The gravel is still there at the bottom of the corkscrew.
I think it cleared up last lap, but something else happened, and now we have gravel again on the corkscrew. We have someone going into the pits. This is Dylan, possibly serving a drive-through.
Probably serving a drive-through. I don't. Maybe.
It looks like. No.
Thinking about it.
What is he doing?
Thinking about it.
Oh. I don't know.
Doing a little spin for the camera, perhaps.
He knew we were watching, and he wanted to give us a show for sure.
Not sure what Dylan's doing here. Backing into a pit box.
I'm not sure.
There you go. Now he's in the pits. Tires. There you go.
He went too far, I think is what happened.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, on board with EJ Luna here through the corkscrew. Oh, the back end is coming out. I mean, that was a good save for EJ there. Just have to drive it down the hill from the corkscrew, and you can see him entering the track more on the right side. He doesn't want to bring that gravel to the center of the track because that would affect a lot of drivers going through the corkscrew. Right. So there you go, tiny mistake from EJ and on the corkscrew, and that's a lot of time lost to the leaders.
Definitely. I think that...
So on board with Sabelski. Look at how close he is to Harrison in second. Less than 0.2 separate these cars. I mean, these cars are bumper to bumper. Just take a look at that.
What happened?
No, it looks like Harrison's going into the pits. That's going to give Zabelski the spot. And I think if Dylan's going in for tires, this might be around the time where these cars are starting to cycle in for green flag pit stops.
It definitely might be. Now, I wonder if Dayton is actually pitting or if he's serving a drive-through penalty. Looks like he might actually be pitting.
So as you can see, the intervals are going to be changing a lot because of all of the cars in the pits. And as you can see, sometimes it'll say miles instead of the actual time. That is because just based on where the cars are on the track, it makes more sense to tell them how far apart they are in the distance of the track and not actually in time because of how just interesting the cycles get when the cars are going into the pits, coming out of the pits, and all that funky stuff. Oh, look at that. Oh, a little loose going into the corkscrew. Zabelskis has to bail out, pushing really hard there in second. And that's what happens, just a little too hard going up the hill into the corkscrew. And I cannot express this enough to you viewers watching at home. If you're driving one of these cars and you're going up that hill into the corkscrew, when you get up to the top, your car is light. It is light on its wheels. You don't have a lot of grip. You have to really slow down in order to get through that corkscrew smoothly. Otherwise, your car is just going to be out of control, and you'll see what just happened with Zabelski there as he went off that corkscrew.
Definitely.
That's some good car control there, though, as well. Could have been a lot worse for Zabelski.
It definitely could have. He could have ended up in the wall, which
Yep.
is good that he didn't. But it did add to those incident points that we were
Yes,
talking
it
about.
did.
He didn't have very many. I think he was trying to push and catch up to our race leader, Benjamin Bechtel, trying to close that gap, which in turn then just made that gap a little bit bigger.
Yep. We have Benjamin Bechtel here, our leader, going through the corkscrew. You can see his line. He sets up the car really nicely so that he's on the outside coming on the corkscrew, which is now the optimal line to hit the apex late coming out of the corkscrew. So you can just see the difference in lines of these drivers based on how fast they're trying to push it. As you can see, Brian Sabelski here go through the corkscrew, has the same kind of line, hugging the outside. Now he's going to try and hit the late apex there on the inside. And that is a beautiful line for Brian Sabelski. Definitely a better run through the corkscrew than last time.
Definitely.
And now we have Brian Sabelski going into the pits. This is probably his scheduled stop to get some tires and some fuel in this thing. And as you can see, Bechtel is also in the pit lane here. So Sabelski should be able to see the leader there pulling out of the pits, as you can see. And that is the distance between Bechtel and Sabelski.
I was gonna say, is he actually pitting or is he going for a drive-through? But nope, that's a pit.
Yep, he's
and
pitting,
looks
and
like he's getting new tires.
Yep, and I was wrong. Bechtel is still in the pits right there. That is the back wing you're seeing of the Denver Racing Social logo. That is our leader, Benjamin Bechtel's car, in the pits right now. So we'll see how long these pit stops last, because that's first, second place right there in the pits on the same strategy. We'll see what Brian does if he gets out of the pits earlier.
Looks like he dropped down. Oh,
No, it looks
there
like
goes
Bechtel's
Benjamin.
out. He got into the pits earlier, so we'll see how far he can
Oh,
escape.
he got a lock up right coming out of the pit.
That is some icy tires there. You got to be really careful about that. But that is some crucial time loss. If Brian Sabelski can get out of the pits cleanly, that'll be huge for his race. We have Dayton's #1 fan has entered the chat. Welcome. Dayton has been running a pretty good race so far, currently sitting in 5th. He's down 1 spot from the start, but the drivers are in green flag pit stops, so that is changing. But we've been seeing him battle all race, so I'm glad we've got some fans for Dayton Harrison in the chat. With Brian Sabelski exiting the pits now. And he's coming out behind EJ Luna, actually, who is right behind Bechtel. Maybe he's on a different strategy, or maybe he's not even hasn't gone into the pits yet, which is the more likely option, as we see Benjamin go wide with those full tires.
Definitely.
And now EJ Luna takes the lead of the race.
Leader, yeah. Has been a good race, and this strategy has definitely, strategy is all of it tonight.
It really is, and keeping it clean and not in the gravel is the second part of it. And I'll be curious to see if EJ Luna has to go into the pits here soon. That looked like it there, but he's not actually going to be going into the pit lane yet. He's going to keep trying to extend this run, but I wouldn't be surprised if EJ has to go into the pits soon, because he is a bit behind pace-wise from Bechtel and Christian. So it'll be interesting to see where he comes out after that as well. But for now, he's currently in the lead.
Yeah, we definitely, and after that pit from Benjamin, we see that Benjamin is back 1 position ahead of Christian, which is almost where they started. I believe that's where they started.
Yeah,
right?
no, Christian's been chasing Benjamin basically this entire race, but we knew that both of them had to serve a penalty. And we didn't see Benjamin go in, and I'm starting to theorize that is because he was going to be pitting in a few laps anyway, so might as well serve the penalty while also fueling up for tires so you don't have to go down the pits twice. So we only had to do it once. So maybe that was the strategy, but regardless, Bechtel is still the fastest car out there, and now he has clean tires, brand new tires, so we'll see what kind of pace he's able to get back out of that car. But it looks like the pace between Bechtel and Martinez, who should cycle out to be 1-2 once EJ goes into the pits, that interval between the two has not changed at all. In fact, it's probably gone down with better laps set by Christian. So we probably will have a battle for the lead on our hands here if Christian can keep upping the pace here around this track.
Drop us a line in chat if you're here with us. We know Full Throttle fans are here. Do we have any other teams fans in our chat tonight?
Another clean line through the corkscrew there for EJ. Gonna try and extend that gap. He's currently 6 seconds ahead of Bechtel, but it looks like Bechtel has another issue as Christian is now under 4 seconds behind him and closing fast. As there we go, EJ's going into the pits to try and get some new tires and gas. So this is gonna cycle the leaders out. So this will be, I believe, one of the last pit stops here for our front runners. As you can see, we've got Bechtel coming around the start now, taking the lead away from Luna, and Christian is not far behind either.
Yeah, Christian is definitely closing that gap. I think with every turn, with every, different braking point, that gap is getting smaller and smaller.
We have a Jacob Schiff fan in the chat. Shout out you.
No.
Nope. Okay, now we hear you.
I think we are only an hour in and they've already pitted. We still have an hour and a half left.
Yeah, so either they're going to be pitting around 2 hours race time for another one, or they're going to try and go the full way without having to stop again. I would assume that they're probably going to stop again here at the end of the race. But what I'm looking right now is Christian Martinez is now only 3 seconds behind Bechtel there for the battle for the lead. So I'm going to keep an eye on that interval, see if Christian has any good lap times to get to the back bumper and pressure Benjamin, who has been in the lead basically this entire race.
Definitely. And we do have a fan for Jacob Schiff. So thanks for showing your love in the chat. Now, in about 9 minutes, we are going to have another trivia section. So, get out your phones. Get onto your computer. I'm going to grab mine too.
Scan that QR code.
We're going to scan this QR code.
For some Laguna Seca trivia.
Now, this trivia, whoever wins this trivia gets a free 1 hour session here at Denver Centennial location. You get 1 hour for yourself and 3 of your friends on the house. Andrew's gonna pay for it.
That's a pretty cool prize, not gonna lie. 360 Sims, really cool.
It is a lot of fun. So let's get ready to scan your QR. All you have to enter in there is your name. Drop us in the chat if you're ready. And we're going to get this trivia started in about 8 minutes. But I'm ready. John, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm in and I'm ready.
We're ready. So, yeah, we had our winner. We did have a winner already win this prize at the beginning of the race. Our pre-race trivia contest, we had a winner win. So if you're still in the chat, drop us a line. Congratulations. And if you win again, you can get 2 hours with 6 of your friends.
There you go.
7 of your friends. No, I'm just kidding. Don't quote me on that. Andrew might not be too happy with that one. But if you win.
What she is saying is not correct at all.
If you win, you get 1 hour plus 3 of your friends. And you get to come and try the full 3 motion, 360-degree motion sim, which is what Dominic Wilder is driving on right now. You get a free session. It's on the house. So come enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. And try to beat us at trivia. I obviously...
Yeah, we're going to try our best. I don't know a lot about Laguna Seca, but I'm sure I'll learn a lot with the answers here.
Definitely. If you have your Google ready,
good luck.
I don't condone cheating, but you don't have very much time.
I was about to say, I think if you tried to use Google, you would not be getting the maximum amount of points by answering the question right if you just either guessed the right one super early or knew it a little bit after because you want to try and answer the questions as soon as possible for the maximum points. So something to note. While Google may help you with the trivia questions you don't know, Jake Schiff a little bit loose there, coming around the
saved
second
it
to
pretty
last
good,
turn.
though.
I was about to comment how well Jacob Schiff's have been doing in this race. He's been up 3 spots from the start for the Mile High Motor Club, and he's putting in some pretty solid lap times. Best times are 1:17.5, which is around a second off of the pace from our leaders. But still, consistency is key, and you can tell because he's up 3 positions now. And I also want to keep pointing out, second place, Christian Martinez, now only 2 seconds behind Benjamin. He's closing in.
He is definitely going to be putting the pressure on Benjamin if he's not already, which could cause, that extra pressure when you see another car in your side view or your rear view mirrors. It puts an extra pressure on you. It can cause you to lose focus. You can oversteer, understeer, go off track.
Christian Martinez just brought out the fastest lap of this entire race last lap. He just ran a 1:15.8, brand new fastest lap, and now he's a second and a half behind Bechtel for the lead. The battle for the lead now is heating up.
Definitely is.
On board with Christian for, I believe, Moto House is his team.
Let me double check.
Looks like the Moto House.
Christian is Moto House.
Yeah,
yes.
looks like the Moto House car.
Do we have any Moto House?
Any Moto House fans in the chat? That's
I know
true.
we have a Chris fan.
Yeah.
At least one. Chatters, let us know. We have Dayton's biggest fan is ready for trivia. Anybody else?
I'm ready.
I'm also
I'm ready as I'll ever be.
I'm also ready, and I hope I don't embarrass myself again. So there's that.
So you see Christian getting past one of his teammates, letting him through easy there, not losing any time on Benjamin Bechtel, who's now pulled a couple tenths out of the bag on Christian now, extending his gap a little bit. Christian was running some really fast laps, but it looks like his pace has fallen off just a little bit as he was trying to push to catch up to Benjamin.
Definitely, and thanks, chat, for letting us know. We have Chris, Xavier, and Dan fans. That's Moto House. That's the whole Moto House team. Pretty sure they're the ones that pretty consistently show up also.
Yeah, no,
Full throttle plans.
Xavier's been having a really good run. Dan has been having a pretty good run. I think just overall, the Moto House team is showing up when it matters. For these last few races as well, we've seen some significant improvement for these drivers, and they've been having the results to back it up.
Definitely. So, chat, we do want to thank you, friends, family, for supporting your drivers, getting them through this long race. This week especially is going to be hard because they've got 7 days to prepare for next week's race, and we'll be back at it again.
Yeah, back-to-back weeks. I'm excited. We're going to Detroit next week to mirror the IMSA schedule, and it should be a pretty good race.
Yeah, that'll also be a fun one.
It looks like Christian's backed off a little bit from Benjamin now, eking out that gap. It's like, gonna get a little bit wide trying to go around this mile-high motorsports car. As we're on board with Dayton Harrison now, full throttle. Currently a decent chunk of time back from second place, but is still driving a really good pace as fourth place Brian Sabelski is 6 seconds behind Dayton now, as he's putting down some pretty good lap times as well. Dayton's best lap time is a 1:16.6, which is one of the better lap times on track.
Yeah, these drivers, those, like I said, those top 5, even top 6 right now are all within that 1:16 gap. Your top 2, 1:15. Benjamin got a faster lap. He was running 1:16s, and now he's at 1:15.9. I told you from that beginning meeting, he's going for that fastest lap. He wants to beat Christian. All in
look
good
at that.
racing spirit.
The top 2 drivers separated by only 0.3 of a second that last lap. Their pace is really picking up. I can just sense under the helmet, Benjamin and Christian are really thinking about these lap times, and they're thinking about best lap and just trying to close the gap because they know those two are the top dogs in this fight right now.
Definitely.
Don't forget to join the trivia, scan that QR code.
Yeah, I was just going to say, chat, you have 1 minute and 25 seconds to join our chat. If you don't scan the QR code, go to crowd.live. Our code for this one is FJTMQ. Join us for this trivia so that you can win a free session for yourself plus 3 of your friends on Andrew.
On board with Bechtel now. It looks like he's behind a Mile High Motorsports car who isn't letting him by. He's still trying to run some good lap times, but this is not good for Benjamin because that's going to put him under pressure because Christian is now taking that gap down 2.5 seconds, 2.4 seconds, 2.3 seconds. And yeah, it looks like that Mile High Motorsports car is not getting out of Benjamin's way. Let's see what happens in the turn 1 here.
Yeah, there is something that we call a blue flag, which means if you are getting lapped, you are supposed to be moving out of the way. So
And I think that's what just happened. That Mile High Motor Club car got out of the way for Benjamin. Oh, and look at that!
No.
Gets into the side of Benjamin. This is huge for the lead of the race. As Christian is going to take the lead away from Benjamin after a contact with a Mile High Motor Club car. That is crazy. You were just talking about the blue flag, how the lap cars have to get the position back. Benjamin cannot be happy about that. Christian's probably ecstatic.
Well, but Christian's now going to have to deal with that same issue.
Just a little bit. I don't know. I think the Mile High Motor Club car there did have his nose there on the inside. Benjamin thought he wasn't there, and that's just not enough give, not enough take for those two cars. But yeah, that's well, we're on board with the Mile High Motor Club car of EJ Luna. I'm not sure if that was in the incident, but if it was, maybe some drama after the fact.
Yeah, that is definitely a rough one.
Oh yeah, it was EJ. Just that is like such a small tap, Benjamin. Oh, I cannot be happy about that. Got a fan for Christian in the chat. Shout out Christian, now in the lead after this incident that you are seeing right now on replay with the POV of EJ. And yeah, it looks like Benjamin is just flying into that corner and wasn't clear. Not clear.
No. All right, well, now Benjamin's got to put in the work. He's got to close that gap.
He's not that far behind. 2.5 seconds is around where Christian was when the incident happened. So Benjamin did not lose a lot of time here, but that is going to give the race lead to Christian. And now that is officially the race leader. No shenanigans with pit stops, incident points, or anything.
Definitely not. And it looks like...
Oh, look. Look at that. A full throttle crash behind the leader. Christian in a full throttle sandwich survives the carnage, and oh no, I don't know who those full throttle cars were. I don't think it's Benjamin. It was Dominic. Oh, Dominic and Dayton tangling up in the corkscrew. Dominic cannot be happy about that.
And neither of them. The team as a whole, that is rough.
When I first saw that, I thought it was Bechtel in that wreck, but no, Bechtel is clean. He's still 2 seconds behind the leader, so that team incident did not have any implications, but that almost took out Christian. And if Christian was taken out by the other 2 full throttle cars that weren't Benjamin, that's even more drama for the race.
Definitely.
What an incident.
These drivers were pushing so hard.
Lap 56 was not the lap for full throttle racing, that's for sure.
No, it was not. The racing has been so intense, we haven't started the trivia yet. I think the racing right now is just too insane of a product now as we see all of the chats. Shout out all of you guys. We love to see you guys interacting with the chat. That was a crazy turn of events here. We'll have to talk to full throttle racing at some point when we tell them about the trivia to ask them what that incident was, because the leader was right there. That could have been way worse than it was.
Yes, it definitely could have been way worse. Christian, I think, handled that very well. Oh man,
and now Benjamin
that is
chasing,
rough for the team for sure.
It definitely was, because full throttle racing, disregarding Benjamin, was having a pretty good race up until that contact there. And now Benjamin here only a second behind the leader. So we're going to have a battle for the lead on our hands here soon. As you can see, we're on board with Dayton Harrison here, still in third after that incident, cutting through some traffic. And it looks like he's got a pretty solid gap on Zabelski there in fourth behind him for OK Motorsports. Having a pretty good race. We know Zabelski's been racing very cleanly so far this race. not having a lot of incidents, and is currently 5 seconds behind Dayton in fourth. And then behind Zabelski, we have Xavier, who is around 18 seconds back on the track there. So not a very close battle between the two, but wow, full throttle racing. That is interesting.
Team debrief is going to be an interesting one. I don't know what happened. Maybe there was a miscommunication. You don't normally see the teams crashing with each other. Against other teams, possibly yes, but that was a rough one.
Absolutely. We have a Twitch chatter right now that's saying it's going to be a dirt race by the end with all the gravel on the track. That is true. This gravel is not getting cleaned up by anybody but the cars going over it, and it's like ice going over this dirt here at Laguna Seca. But otherwise, I think the bottom of the corkscrew is pretty dirty, and I think turn 1, 2 is also kind of dirty gravel-wise. But other than that, I think the track is pretty clean. But I mean, these drivers are just making more and more incidents as we're on board with Bechtel here, chasing down our leader, and look at how close that battle is for the best lap now. Bechtel now only a couple thousandths of a second behind. We know he wants that best lap.
He definitely does. And, you know, one implication that we hadn't talked about with those crashes, yes, they are in good position right now, but they also earned incident points for that. So, does that mean that some of them might have to do a drive-through penalty? If not, it definitely got them closer. So we have to watch out for that as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, this race was absolutely crazy. So let us know, chat, who you want us to hop on board with, who you're cheering for, how your team is doing, because right now everyone's all over the place. I mean, we've got different teams in the top 3. We've got Moto House in first, Full Throttle in second, and then OK Motorsports with,
Zabelski is in fourth.
Zabelski is in OK Motorsports in fourth. We got a Full Throttle car in third. But we have to keep an eye on Harrison, because that incident definitely gave him incident points. And 12 incident points means you have to do a drive-through penalty and lose some track time. So as we see, Jacob Schiff goes into pit lane, most likely for some incident points from 8th. But we're on board with our leader here up in first, and it looks like he's got a little bit more time on Bechtel. Bechtel seems to be pushing a little bit harder, because now he's 2.5 seconds behind the leader.
Oh man, that was exciting.
That was some chaotic stuff. That'll be a great clip after this is over. Hey, we got a fan in the YouTube chat for Dom. Let's go, Dom. Dom currently sitting in 9th. Currently a lap behind Jacob Schiff, who is in front of him. But Dom is in the full 360 sim here at DRS Centennial. So even if he's not performing the best or exceptional on the track, I'm sure he's having a good time.
Definitely is. Now, we are going to get that trivia started back up so that you can win time on that sim that Dominic's racing on now. You plus 3 friends. We're going to get that trivia started. I don't think we're going to do another countdown. So in the chat, let us know if you're ready. Scan the QR code or go to crowd.live. Enter the code FJTMQ for this one. This is to win the time here at Denver Racing Social at the Centennial location, which is where we are at tonight.
Yep. And you guys will also be playing trivia against us. We both have our phones out. We're ready to answer these Laguna Seca trivia questions. But the only unfortunate side is we don't have a computer to tell us the right answers, do we?
No. We also don't have time. Those questions go through so quickly.
Super fast. This one actually might give you a little extra time, though. Just so you know, it might give you a little extra time. But I do have one trivia question for the production booth, Marissa and John. I'm putting in a Domino's order right now. What would you like?
So my answer for that one, I think I'm going to go with just classic pepperoni.
There is no wrong answer.
Just cheese, or I like pineapple.
Yeah, I personally like pineapple as well.
I love pineapple.
I think people who don't like pineapple have never had it. I think it goes kind of hard.
I am a pineapple.
I would be a fan of pineapple.
Yep.
Okay, so pineapple cheese pizza. We already have a pepperoni on order, so perfect. Thanks, guys.
Delicious.
Let's get this trivia started for everyone else.
Oh, you got to get the front door. We'll wait. We'll give you like 20 seconds.
The chat is now asking for pizza.
Yes,
you can't now everyone wants pizza. We'll just have one big pizza party here at DRS.
Yeah, we should have a pizza party.
Just to be fair, after being here for 4 hours straight, like we are all like just exhausted by the end of this thing. every one of these. So they're talking the whole time. And so kudos to you guys.
Stay hydrated.
Yeah,
Yes.
stay hydrated. But then it's so late. It's after 10 o'clock. It's a little too late. So I was thinking, hey, we'll take a break here soon. But in the meantime, we will get some pizza ordered. So, all right, back to the trivia.
Well, thank you, Andrew. We appreciate it. And all right, you're back from getting the door.
I'm looking at the chat. Pineapple pizza, no cheese. Just
Oh,
marinara sauce and
just
pineapple?
marinara?
Just that?
I've never tried that, so I can't knock it. But
Anyways, first question. What is Mazda
Oh.
Seca best known for?
the corkscrew's not on here. I have no idea.
It's
Oh,
actually
no.
a beachfront resort, I've heard.
That's what I picked.
Yeah.
So
Not
let's go.
motorsport racetrack?
I don't. Maybe. I mean, it is a racetrack. I
5 seconds.
Don't know.
Also, thank
Get
you,
your
chat.
answers in.
Commentary booth appreciates your kind words.
Yes. We appreciate you being with us and chatting with us. Oh man.
Got
maybe
5
I'm
answers
wrong.
from Motorsport Park. There we go.
I am
Beachfront
so bad
resort.
at- Yeah. Oh no. All right. Next question.
Oh no.
Come on, this is an easy one. This is an easy
no.
one.
I genuinely don't know.
Oh,
This
I
is-
think
this
it's
is a shot in the
California or
dark.
Florida.
I guess Nevada.
Nevada.
Is it in California?
Chat list.
I have no
what is
idea.
it? D. Someone thinks Arizona.
I'm not even.
I know the track. I don't know where they're
Arizona? it's man,
I
it's
don't
not
know.
Florida. It might be
It's not
California.
Florida?
I don't think
picked
it's Florida.
California.
I'm trying to order a pizza while
Answer is
participating in this.
hey.
California, right?
No, it's not. Oh, I thought it
You're
was.
wrong.
Oh, I celebrated.
California.
I celebrated way too soon. Whoops.
All right.
Well,
Let's see. Ooh, I know this one. Watch the track. You'll see them go under a sign that has the name. I don't know if he's gonna go under it, but
the name
you'll
is
see
there.
It
We
is
used
there. It's
AI
been
to
in the
create
race.
this, and I just want you to know. It actually brought up Mazda, so I believe it used to be called Mazda Raceway, Laguna Seca.
Yes, I've been saying Mazda because that's just what I have known it as in like video games, racing through it and stuff. But I don't think it's actually Mazda anymore. As you can see, the answer, everyone voted, majority of people voted for A, and it is WeatherTech Raceway.
WeatherTech.
Laguna Seca.
Oh man, I'm in 5th place. I am so bad at trivia.
Yeah, I gotta catch up.
Okay, here's the next one. Famous corner. Look, we've been talking about it all night, guys.
The
If you've
chicane.
listened to any of the stuff we've been saying tonight, you've heard us say it.
Benjamin Bechtel on your screen may or may not be driving up to this turn as we speak.
Right now, he's going up to it. There it is. It's happening right now. Somebody went off track.
Look at all of that gravel on the track. Wow.
All right, who got it right? We've been talking about it.
Look at that.
All 7 answers.
I'm so glad we all got that
Thank
answer
you for
correct.
listening to us. The chicane. Yes, the world famous Laguna Seca chicane.
The chicane.
The chicane. Ooh, when was it built?
This is a shot
No
in the dark
idea.
for me. I have no idea.
Random guess.
I guess 1972, but it might be older than that. I don't know.
I guess younger. Let's see. Remember, the earlier you guess, the more points you get. Or if you know the answer, just answer fast because then you get more points.
Absolutely. If you want points to go to your score, make sure you scan that QR code or go to crowd.live and enter the code on the bottom of the trivia screen. And the answer was 1957. Wow, that's
Aw,
old.
I was wrong.
An old track. I was wrong too.
All right. Pierce pulled into first. Oh, what is the elevation?
This
we
is
did not talk about
no.
the
This is a good
elevation.
statistic to know, actually, but I think it's pretty high. I think it's higher than you think.
I'm guessing it's 59 feet.
I'm guessing it's 85 feet.
Ooh. All right, chat. Let us know. What's your guess? I think all of our answers are going to be kind of across the board. So
I'm with you in chat. I am not a Mazda Laguna Seca fanboy, obviously, because I keep calling it Mazda Laguna Seca. But the 5
Oh.
answers for 659
We were
feet.
right.
I was
Good
wrong.
guessing, guys. Good job.
Down
Good
to
job,
6.
Pierce. Pulling its first.
Anybody who guessed, I guessed. Oh.
I don't know the answer to this one at all. It's a shot in the dark.
I think I know it. I think it's Spanish. So, if you're a little bilingual, you might know this one. We got 5 answers, and we are
See.
right. Seca means dry. Laguna means lake. All right. Oh, this one we should know. We're
Ooh.
following the schedule.
Which major motorsport series has not raced
Oh, shoot.
at Laguna Seca?
I got the wrong answer, and I cannot change it.
Come on, John.
Well,
What
there
is
you
it?
go.
Well, I think I know what it is from the last trivia. I like to think that NASCAR has never raced here. I
Because
could be
you know
wrong.
NASCAR, though.
I could be wrong.
Oh, I'm probably wrong.
4 answers for NASCAR, 3 for IMSA. Correct
It's
answer is NASCAR. NASCAR's never raced here.
I was so wrong. I called him.
Pierce increasing his lead.
All right. Which driver famously passed at the corkscrew in 1996? I have no idea who these drivers are.
I am not sure either. I know who the drivers are, but I have no idea what racing series this is or what the famous pass was. But I think Juan Pablo Montoya was racing an F1 around this time. So maybe if F1 raced at this circuit, it could be a famous pass. That's my theory.
Maybe. I have no idea.
Wow, answers all very split, but 4 for Juan Pablo Montoya. The answer is
Oh.
B, Brian Herta.
Did you get it right?
No.
Oh, one of
No, I
our
did not.
chatters knows what they're talking about. Betting it's here.
Total length of the track. Oh, I wish I knew this.
I don't know this either. I'm gonna say. What'd you guess?
I guess 1.6, but
Hey,
now
that
I'm thinking
was
it's
my
A.
guess.
I'm thinking it might be 2.238 because that is so specific.
It is
I came
really
up with some
specific,
random numbers
but
on this
maybe
one.
it's put there just to throw you off.
Yeah, we'll see.
Oh.
Yeah, 4 answers for A, and the answer is, it's A.
Dang it.
I should have thought about my answer a little bit more. I just gotta.
I was trying to get more points.
First thing that
but
comes
we
to mind,
haven't
boom.
changed.
Mulbar
The
injury
Mulbar
tent
injury
back
tent.
in the
That's
lead.
gotta be Shay.
Let's go, Christian. You got this.
Christian's mom and dad, we will get your message to him once we are finished with trivia.
Oh, I just looked at the scoreboard too, and take a look at that lap time from Bechtel.
Yeah, he's close
Fastest
enough,
lap of the race.
He must have had a drive-through or something. He's got 20 seconds behind. Am I reading that right?
You are
That's a
reading that
pretty
right.
big
Not sure what
gap.
happened with there, but all right. The
Oh, I
trivia
missed
is
the
over.
last
Let's see who won the 1 hour DRS session. Pierce coming in third, 619 points. Second place is Basil B, 267, and then the Mulbar injury tent with 736 points. Congrats, Mulbar injury tent.
You did win
Shay.
something tonight, Shay. Good job. Good
You
job.
win a 1 hour session here at DRS Centennial for you and 3 of your friends
One,
to come drive in the sim.
once your ankle heals.
Yes, once your ankle heals.
So,
Which I believe you said earlier it would be good therapy. Oh,
no,
well,
no, no,
Christian
no,
who's
no.
going backwards on
What the? Oh my! That was
that's a
amazing.
good save.
That was amazing. We gotta replay that one.
That was an absolutely amazing save. Wow, just putting down the gas a little bit too hard, coming out of the corkscrew there. And that is a fantastic recovery from Christian there.
Definitely.
That was
I would have
fantastic
ended up
save.
in a wall
Yeah,
if that was
I
me.
would have. That would have taken me hours to get back on track there. That was an incredible save, and that he only lost like 4 or 5 seconds from that too. That's really impressive driving. What a save indeed, Chad.
Definitely. And Terry, we know. But thank you for joining us all the way in Indiana, supporting your team. We appreciate you. And yes, you.
All right, well, chat, now we want to relay some of your messages to the teams here in the chat. So comment down below which team you want us to hop in with and what message you have for them. And we'll try and share all of these messages for you guys before we go into a break and finish up this race.
Definitely.
Really
Get that chat going. Let us know who you want to talk to. We haven't forgot about our chatters at the beginning. We have messages for Chris and Benjamin and Moto House, which is also Chris, and Full Throttle, which is also Dayton and Dominic and Benjamin.
Let us know. Let us know your message. We'll relay it to the racers. Chat's really handcrafting these messages. It looks
I know. They must be. They're taking a minute to come in. Let us know what you want your drivers to hear. Give them a chance to respond to you. I'm sure they appreciate you as much as we do on your support and joining us here tonight. Benjamin is closing that gap up again.
And I was just about to comment, the gravel looks pretty clear out of the corkscrew, so I guess drivers have gone through that now enough without making mistakes and have more marbles.
One lockup.
Oh, look
and
at
a
that! A pass through the corkscrew. That is a Mile High Motor Club car getting past Brian Sabelski on the corkscrew. That is some dangerous stuff. What a clean pass. On board with Sabelski now. This is live. Currently sitting in third. 23 seconds behind Bechtel in second. And around 8 seconds in front of Dayton Harrison behind him.
Let's go on with a Taminga team.
We've got.
All right, Moto House. We're going to jump in with Moto House to relay your messages.
Hey, Moto House, this is the production booth. You guys got us?
I think so.
Hey, Moto House, this is production. You guys hear us? Does not sound like it.
I don't think they can hear us. Hey, Moto House, can you hear us? Hey, Moto House.
Hey, Moto House, this is the production booth. You guys got us?
Yes.
All right. Well, hope you guys are doing good. We just wanted to relay some messages from chat. We were cheering you guys on.
Cool.
Got a message saying, hey, Xavier, I love you, baby. Good luck. Chris and Dan, you're doing great.
Love you, baby.
We also have someone saying, let's go to Minga.
I don't know who that is.
It's our boy. Dan the man.
And then we had some messages earlier from Madeline
Yep.
that Adeline is watching and cheering you on.
Yeah, she's probably asleep now. 'Cause she was
Well-
crazy today.
Last we heard, she was awake.
Oh
So,
my
she was
god.
awake and cheering you on is the last we heard.
Awesome.
Christian, pulling out some great lap times here. I mean, just really consistent stuff. We caught a little bit of a spin out that you caught beautifully there a couple laps ago, and you put down some really solid lap times. How are you feeling up there in front?
Feeling good. I like literally didn't practice at all. I practiced maybe like 15
This
minutes.
guy.
And I got a little cocky thinking that I'll be fine after last one, but Benjamin's been keeping me honest this whole time, so I might have to actually practice this next race.
Well, you have 1 week. Our next race is in a week.
Oh shit, it's in Tuesday?
It's next Tuesday. You have 7 days.
Oh god, alright. Should be good to go. It doesn't help that I was on my honeymoon for 18 days in Europe, boozing every day, so.
Well,
But-
congratulations.
ready
And
to
good luck. We'll stop distracting you. We have someone, who's that? Roland Taminga rooting for Dan the Man.
Oh yeah, Dan's focusing right now.
All right. Well, just as long as someone hears the message.
Awesome, thank you.
Before we leave you guys off, is there any last words you want to say to your fans listening in the chat?
No.
I couldn't hear that.
Any
My-
last words for the fans?
Thank you everyone for dialing in. This one's a good one. Tough track.
All right, well, we'll leave you guys to it. We'll let you lock in, and we'll talk to you guys later. So good luck.
Thank you.
Do you have any last questions? No.
No.
They are locked in. They're
are
ready
focused.
just to race. All right. Well, who should we hop
All right.
in to the chat with next?
We had somebody who wanted us to tell Jake something, which I'm pretty sure has a little rhythm to it.
Jake is in the Mile High Motor Club along with EJ Luna and Nick Amato. So any fans for those drivers in that team, let us know your messages in chat so we can hop in that chat and let them know. But I mean, we got a lot of drivers we compliment here. We have many teams, so let us know who you're cheering
Definitely.
for, and let's relay these messages.
Yeah, who are you supporting, chat? Let us know. Am I correct with that message for Jake that it's more of a rhythmic do. I'll do it when we're in the chat with him if that's what it is.
All right, let's go ahead and hop on board with the Mile High Motor Club. Mile High Motor Club, this is the production booth. You guys got us?
Yo. Sure do.
All right, well, we just wanted to hop on board with you guys, see how everything's going, and relay some messages from some fans cheering you guys on in the chat.
I appreciate you guys. We're just trying to survive here, man. It's really hard to stay on track and
Damn it!
avoid everything. As you can hear. Oh.
Yeah. Get past.
Oh.
I got hit again by Zach. Damn. All right.
Well, one message from your chatter. This is a message for Jake. They told me to tell you, do.
Was that Alex Goon USA?
No.
It wasn't Alex Goon USA.
And that's not what the tag says in our chat.
Interesting.
Well, what do you guys have to say for your fans who are watching at home in the chat? Looks like the Mile High Motor Club has had quite the eventful race so far tonight.
Hey, stick around. We're doing our best here.
EJ,
Appreciate
you
y'all
had a
tuning
little
in.
contact with Benjamin.
Oh yeah,
Do you have
I
anything
was
to say about that one?
yeah, I was trying to give him the outside, and then I ended up getting to run. I braked and he couldn't cross my nose, and yeah, that contact happened. Didn't really mean to do it because that ended up giving me a drive-through, and I wasn't trying to get a drive-through by any means.
Yeah. Definitely. We have another commenter. I must be an inside joke, but they're saying Jaws. I'm not sure what these mean, but we're relaying the messages.
Hey, Mile High
Maybe-
Motor Club fans, make sure you all get a mile high for this race.
Yeah, you heard it from the Mile High Motor Club themselves.
Oh, I totally thought Andrew said that. I'm like, all right.
Young prosciutto.
Spelled Y-U-N-G, I hope.
Oh, the Jaws theme. It's the Jaws theme, not the Mexican theme.
That's what I was thinking.
Ah, I was wrong. All right, well, Jaws theme song to you. I'm not going to sing it. Any last words before we hop out?
Appreciate everybody for hanging out. Still got 45 minutes, so check what happens at the end.
All right, we'll make sure to stick around. Good luck, guys. Keep that pace good, and we'll talk to you guys here in a bit. So, good luck.
Keep it juiced.
Keep it juiced.
Keep it juiced.
There you go. All right, well, I think there's one team that we have not been talking with yet so far tonight, but I think we need to.
I agree.
And that is our leader, Benjamin Beckler's team for Full Throttle Racing. Any Full Throttle fans in the chat, let us know what you want us to ask them or tell them, encourage them, belittle them, whatever you guys want to do. Just let us know in the chat, and we can.
We know you're Full Throttle fans, so I don't think there'll be any belittling. But let's see it in the chat so we can hop in, relay all your messages. We did have some from the beginning. I did not forget. We will relay those messages to Dayton and Benjamin. I think we had a Dom fan at the beginning as well. So we will relay all those messages, but let us know.
Go ahead and hop on board with Full Throttle. Hey, Full Throttle, this is the production booth. You guys got us? All right, well, we just wanted to hop in real quick and share some messages from the chat, cheering you guys on, and also just hear about the race from your guys' perspective. How's it going, and what do you want to tell all your fans watching at home?
Uh-oh.
Happy to hear it. Yeah, we've been watching all of the battles from all of you guys from Full Throttle Racing, and it does look like all the battles are really intense. So we know you guys did a lot of practice ripping it around the circuit, but how are you guys feeling now that you're an hour and 45 minutes into this endurance race? Like, how's it going to you guys as a team?
Definitely. Now, is there anything you'd like to say about the collision that happened 20 or so laps ago?
I think there's just miscommunication on our part.
Yeah, it's just 3 cars going into the corkscrew. It's rough.
Yeah, not a lot of room there going through the corkscrew, but I was surprised that you guys weren't able to, you guys didn't involve the leader there in that incident. That was some really exciting stuff here at the commentary booth. So we want to wish you guys the best of luck, and also just let the messages, you guys know that you got a ton of fans in the chat cheering you guys on, cheering on Benjamin, saying keep up the great work. And yeah, you guys are killing it.
Yeah, we did have some well wishes. Oh, Benjamin had a lockup. We had some well wishes at the beginning of the race. We had Rose Morado say go Benjamin. We have Terry right now saying keep up the great work. We have Dayton's #1 fan cheering on Dayton and the whole team. We had another chatter cheering on Dom. So, thanks for bringing your fans out to join us. They're always here to support you. We appreciate that. And anything you'd like to say to them?
Thank you for cheering us on. Yeah.
Yep. Thanks for the support.
Awesome. Well, you guys are running 1-2 right now, which is pretty good for the entire team. I'll let you guys go, let you focus, and we'll talk to you guys here in a little bit. So good luck. All right. Good to hear from them. It doesn't sound like they were as riled up as I thought they were going to be after all those incidents.
I thought it was going to be a lot more. The thing about all of these racers is they're all pretty level-headed. They all want a really good race. They all want a clean race. And, they're in it for the competition. I think, part of it is, there's a big prize pot at the end of this race, right? I think like a $2,000 prize pot.
For the series, yeah.
So everyone's competing for that. You're competing for bragging rights. But these guys all have just this great competitive nature. It's all clean, good competitive racing, and it just makes it that much more fun.
Absolutely. And something else that I noted when we were talking with them is they're saying the track is hot and tires are burning up faster than they were expecting. So when we were talking earlier, being like, okay, they went into the pits first at an hour in, so maybe they'll go back into the pits maybe 2 hours in. I think that timeline has been accelerated a little bit now that these tires are coming off. Like we did see Christian when we were doing all these interviews go into the pits, and now he's currently sitting in third behind Harrison. And I believe he had to go into the pits. Maybe that was for tires, maybe that was for incidents. But I think that the pit stops are going to be playing a little bit more of a role now that these tires are being heated up a little bit.
Yeah, I think it was, let's see. Let's check these incident points. Oh my gosh. Zach is one to look at. He is 2 incident points away from being disqualified. Wow. Daniel is 4 points away. So is Dylan. Oh man, we've got a lot of really close calls to being disqualified.
Wow. Yeah, the incident points are just racking up. Let's go ahead and see. Look at the bottom of this line, though. We still have Zabelski with 9. He hasn't even done one drive-through. Then EJ Luna is the second lowest incident points. He's done 1 drive-through. So that is so commendable.
On that, right?
Oh,
that
yeah.
was from his collision with Benjamin. So, yeah, we definitely don't want any more incidents, especially for Zach, Daniel, or Dylan. They are on the verge of being disqualified. Now, remember, disqualification means you don't get points, your team doesn't get your points, and you don't get paid out. Looks like we had someone just go off track. Oh, it was Benjamin.
That's Bechtel from the lead. He's got a pretty good gap on Christian now, he's about a minute ahead, but I think there might be a different strategy here because we know Christian and Bechtel are like pretty close for the fight for the lead, so I think there's just different strategy here.
Well, and I think, like you said, we saw Christian pit, and I don't think Benjamin's pit yet. So that will definitely close the gap once we...
You guys could see the pit lap 42 for Benjamin, lap 75 for Martinez.
Oh, okay. So if you see the statistic on the very right-hand side of the standings there, the L and the number is the last lap that they hit at. So as you can see, Bechtel just last pit at lap 42, and then Christian was recently in at lap 75. We're now on lap 83, and he has much newer tires than Benjamin here. And I think with the incidents we've seen Benjamin having, you see another lockup there through the corkscrew. I think that when Benjamin goes in to do his second pit stop, Christian might have the pace to pass him through the pits.
He definitely might. Yeah.
I'm going to show the last lap time just to see. if they're picking up time or losing. Oh wow.
As we see Benjamin coming into the pits now, it looks like he wasn't losing a lot of time. Couple tenths slower than Christian that last lap, but fastest on the track right now is Brian Zabelski for OK Motorsports there with a 1:16. He's pretty fast on track, trying to catch up to Christian. Currently 21 seconds behind him, though, so I'm going to be interested to see where Benjamin comes out here in the battle between second and third.
Yeah, we'll see how long this pit actually takes. It looks like he is getting new tires. He's probably getting more fuel.
We're on
So
board
I
with
would
Christian.
think probably just finish out this race.
Absolutely. Yeah, we see Christian coming up to the corkscrew here, which means there's only a few turns away from the pits. Benjamin has a really good lead where he's sitting right now, but Christian's, Benjamin might be done getting his tires, now filling it up with fuel, maybe serving a penalty. It'll be hard to say, but Christian now coming around here at the end of the track, and Benjamin's exiting the track. Never mind, Benjamin still has a very nice lead over Christian here. If he can manage to keep it straight on these cold tires here, as Christian is now entering the start-finish straight. He's going to be just a couple corners behind Benjamin here as he exits the pits on cold tires. Let's see if he can keep it straight.
Definitely. Benjamin's going to have to really focus on keeping those tires, warming up the tires, I guess, is the correct term, in order to keep that lead. But that he had a good enough gap to have basically a free pit stop, which is really awesome in his position.
Absolutely, and he's got now fresher tires than Christian now, which, if the track is heating up and destroying these tires, is going to be a significant advantage. I think that's a lot of laps to have on your tires, and now Benjamin comes out a solid 10 seconds ahead of Christian on newer tires. I think the strategy is paying off for him.
Definitely.
Looks like we still have some drivers who are running laps and haven't come into the pits yet. Jacob Schiff is the car the highest up, currently hitting on lap 45, so he's on some pretty old tires here. Same with Amato and Wilder, so maybe they're just going for a two-stop strategy, trying to extend these tires as far as they can. But that's very good information to know here based on how these tires are doing.
We do show that Grigsby is currently in the pit, and so is Gutierrez. Hopefully, since the last time we saw, they have not earned more incident points.
Dom a little bit loose, getting that full throttle car straight.
Really trying to straighten that
right
out.
Before the corkscrew going up the hill. Luckily, there were no cars behind him to get caught up in that, because that could have been bad. But that's the full throttle racing car of Dom trying to keep it straight. On board with Christian Martinez now. Only 7 seconds behind, 7.4 seconds. He is cutting down that gap quick. I think it might take a little bit longer for Benjamin to get these tires underneath him and warm. And Christian has been running on these hot tires, so maybe he just has the most consistent pace. As you can see, his last lap was a 1:18, one of the fastest laps on the track. Benjamin Bechtel, 1:55 last lap, but he was coming out of the pits. So we will have to see how this pace levels out here once these drivers start putting down some fast laps.
Definitely. Getting those tires warmed up hopefully doesn't take too long, but Christian is good on closing that gap. Just all throughout this whole entire race, he's been doing good on getting that gap closed and really bringing the fight to Benjamin. I think that the fight between first and second is going to go until the very end of this race. And
I mean, just look at that. The last lap, Benjamin ran a 1:19. Christian ran a 1:16. That's 3 seconds down off the interval, and Christian's still digging. That interval's just going down now under 6 seconds for Christian here as we're on lap 86.
See if we can wrap up with the teams.
Almost a half hour before this race ends. Got a full throttle car off the pace there. Christian getting around him as it looks like Bechtel is out. Or that's actually, no, that's Bechtel there. That's the full throttle car that fell behind there. Maybe made a little bit of a mistake, but now he's out of the lead. And Christian now has it. See what Benjamin can do now. He's got the pressure tires. And let's go ahead and see what happened here on board with Christian. Looks like Benjamin's got a little bit squirrely there coming out of the turn. Had to keep the car straight, make sure he didn't lose it there. He just had a little hard time putting the throttle down head first into the tire barrier, but luckily he's able to keep going pretty quickly, but he is going to lose the lead because of that.
Definitely.
Maybe he's just struggling to get heat in these tires. We know that's a thing with these hypercars, but now that cost him dearly as he's now a second behind the leader. But there you go. The closest battle we have on track is for the lead. How exciting is that?
So exciting. And to be this far in, we only have like 30 minutes left of this race.
It's been 2 hours almost.
And this competition has been going throughout the whole race. They've swapped positions. They've both fallen back. It's just a good race between these two drivers.
Try to get some chat.
Chat, let us know, what do you think of that move? We've got the full throttle car falling from first to second. Now Christian Martinez, who we heard has zero practice going into this race, is now leading with about half an hour left to go in this race. That's some pretty exciting stuff. But chat, we want to know how you're feeling.
Yeah, chat, give us your predictions. Do you think Christian's going to take it home, or do you think Benjamin's going to take it? Or neither?
I don't
know. It could be neither. You never know.
I would be surprised if these two tangled on track. Maybe if they're this close with a couple laps to go, I could see them putting their elbows out. But right now, I think they're just going to try and keep this consistent pace and force someone else into a mistake. So if I was a betting man, which I'm not, I would bet on Christian here because he has been showing some really consistent pace, but Bechtel has some Christian tires.
That's right, and Bechtel has the fastest lap. So
look at that, he's 2/10 faster than Christian that lap, so it looks like the pace is evening out. But chat, we want to hear from you.
Let us know.
Where are you, chat? Where are the fans?
It's not that late yet. Come on, let us know.
Let's jump on board with a couple other teams, and then you guys can take a break.
All right, we'll go ahead and hop on with the rest of these teams. We still have not talked to OK
We're still going to focus on the leaders.
We still haven't talked to Molbar either. So let's go ahead and hop in the chat with them, see how they're doing, and just give them some information.
It's a terrible time to do this, but...
Oh, look at that. Benjamin really close behind the leaders. Trying to stay on board here to see what Benjamin does. Looking on the inside. Throws the dummy move there, but Christian knows better than to block that and get off his racing line. Both of these cars getting a really nice line through the corkscrew, and they're so close here. Battling it out hard. Bechtel now only 3/10 back. Great battle. Fresh tires from Young Prosciutto. Very, very good stuff there. I very much agree. And see what Benjamin's able to do here. See if he can get a good run down this straight. Both cars keeping it straight. And I know Christian is looking in that rearview mirror and he's sweating.
He definitely is. And you heard when we talked to him, he was not expecting to have this much pressure from Benjamin.
Wow, look at
that. That is so close.
Really close stuff. Benjamin making sure he's not. What's happened between these two throughout the race? So these two have been battling for first place. They've exchanged first place a couple times, actually. So I believe the racing between them has been very clean, but Benjamin has had issues from first place. Christian has had issues from first place. And now, 30 minutes left in this race, they are still neck and neck for the lead. So the storyline for these guys is still continuing, and right now, Christian is prevailing here at first. But Benjamin just barely off, just went a little too fast through that kink there, went off track, and now he's going to have to bring it back to try and close that gap back. Christian, though, noticed the mistake from Benjamin. Benjamin's pushing hard, and now Christian just has to keep it consistent, keep it clean, and if he can do that, then Benjamin's going to have to work really hard to get his car around him.
He is. I think he is pushing really hard. Benjamin's pushing really hard to get the opportunity to pass Christian. I think it's just finding that sweet moment of when to pass.
Yeah, and now Benjamin really didn't want to take Christian out like that. Like, I'm sure if he did, there would have been a lot of chaos here from the front, but Benjamin managed to save it for what he did, and now he's back on the bumper of our leader.
Do we have any chat for Molbar?
Yeah, I don't know if we have any chat. Any Molbar fans in the chat, where are you at? We do have a chat asking if Benjamin has the better pace. So right now, Benjamin has the best lap by 2/10 over Christian. So the pace has been incredibly consistent between the two. I don't know if I could pick one of them that has had the better pace all race. Because
I think it's been going back and forth. I think,
yep.
Some laps Christian's better, some laps Benjamin's better. I think consistency is a really big key in this one, and oh man, when you have another
a little too fast there.
When you have other racers, when you're just running a hot lap and it's just you're in the zone, you don't have to worry about other cars. But they're definitely definitely changes the dynamic when there are other cars on the track. So
Absolutely, and I would say exactly what you did. I think that when it comes to pace, it's been swapped. I think Bechtel had the pace at the beginning of the race, then Christian brought it back, and then Benjamin had it again after the pit stop, then had an incident, so then Christian had some really solid pace to bring it back, and now they're both here with really consistent pace. Look at that. They are less than a tenth apart that last time for lap time. I mean, that's just crazy. They were both running 1:16s, and we have some drivers who haven't even run 1:16s this race.
Right.
So that just goes to show the pace from these guys and how practice really pays off. Well, I guess for Benjamin, Christian hasn't really practiced for this, as he said, but
As he said, he's been out of
still
the
holding the
country.
lead here. Yeah, this racing is really good here from these two drivers. Usually around this time of the race, at least from the last few weeks, last few races, it hasn't even been close. Like, the leaders had a very solid lead and no one's really been able to contend for the rest of the race. This battle is going to take us all the way to the checkered unless something happens here. And I mean, what else can you ask for an endurance race?
Yeah, it's just great racing.
Wow.
That's all it is. And to our chatter, yes, we agree. These guys are racing great. They're keeping it clean. They're putting the pressure on each other. You know, they're in it to win it, and it shows.
We do have some fans in the Molbar injury tent, and I think we'll hop on board with them here shortly once this battle simmers down a little bit, and we'll talk with Molbar and OK Motorsports as well, with Brian Zabelski, who's currently sitting in third and 34 seconds behind. But I mean, these top two drivers are just in a league of their own. All right, what do you say we keep the camera on this battle, but then hop on Molbar to talk to them for a little bit?
Definitely, I think that's a great idea. Chat, let us know what you'd like to say to Molbar. Now, as a reminder, our Molbar racers are Zane May, Shay, who's in the injury tent. Dylan is filling in for him tonight, and Ruben.
All right, and Shay is in this chat, so I'm sure we'll hear from him as well.
Yep.
So.
Oh, he's passing!
Oh, look at that! It's too wide. Going
Does he
through,
have
giving
it?
each other space. Look! Oh! And Benjamin dumps him.
Oh,
Straight up dumps him into the pits. Christian is not happy about that.
He cannot be happy about
goodness.
that. Hey, but if he has a drive-through, maybe he can serve it right now?
Oh my
That is
goodness.
oh, man.
Oh, Christian is not gonna be happy about that. Benjamin.
Quickest pit entry ever. I agree.
Pit
Goodness.
maneuver into pit entry. Talk about that. Wow.
Ooh.
We could get a replay on that. That would be insane. But look at that. Christian just drives through the pits to serve that penalty, and now he's back on the track. That is not what I was expecting. I was expecting a clean race from both of these guys.
But yes, let's get a replay and see what happened.
Oh,
Looks like Zabelski is going to coming up quick behind him too for second place. Maybe not.
Christian
Never mind.
Manages to hold his second place with that drive-through penalty. Zabelski now only 8 seconds behind him, but now
And closing
Bechtel
that gap.
25 seconds to the lead. Let's go ahead and see what happened. I mean, look at that. The front
Oh,
bumper
there's-
is on the track. Or is that the wing?
That's the wing, I
That
think.
is the wing. Let's see what happens here.
All right, they were going for a pass.
Oh, it looks like Benjamin comes down the track. It looked like they were both merging into each
Yeah.
other. I don't know who is to blame for this incident. You could see the wing there for Benjamin Bechtel, but as you can see, they were coming around the corner too wide. Benjamin had the outside, Christian had the inside, and they both gave each other space through this corner. But from Benjamin's perspective here, we see he's trying to come down into the middle
And
chat,
it
sees the
almost
car,
looks like
and
Christian veered to the left a little bit, possibly preparing for this turn.
Yeah.
But man,
looked
that
like-
caused a collision.
looked like they were both going just into each other, and once those cars are so close, once they hit each other, it's like a magnet. You can't get them off super quick. So once the contact was made, it was over. So let's see from Christian's perspective. He knows Benjamin's to his left. Let's see what he's doing, trying to keep it straight. He's turning right. He's keeping the wheels straight, and then just the
You know, maybe
just
he
gets
had
turned.
a lockup or something. I'm not sure why he veered to the left.
I don't think he did. The wheel looked straight
The
from
wheel
my
was
point of
straight.
view. So I want to say Benjamin got into the side of him there, and that's just close quarters racing. Christian cannot be happy about that. Wheel looks straight for Christian, and now he had to serve that drive-through penalty. Let's see if we can get one more replay, says chat.
Chat wants to see it one more time. All right.
And then we'll talk to Mulbar. I promise we'll get to Mulbar eventually. Here, just take a look at, let's look at Benjamin's wheel here now in slow motion, going around the outside. He's got the line there. It's not the optimal line. He is on the inside going on to this next corner, but it looks like he's just trying to get to the middle of the track, and he just keeps driving up into the side of Christian. And I don't know, after seeing all those replays, I do want to say Benjamin was the one who caused that
turned
contact.
In a little bit, possibly. Whew.
Wow.
Race control is going to make him give back the lead? No.
Some information from race control there.
That's crazy right there.
Oh. I think this round table after this race is going to be interesting. You know, at first I thought it was orange, but should have left more space. However, both drivers were not deviating from their line. Exactly. I think there was that aspect of both drivers were trying to just keep their racing line, and they just ended up crossing over each other. But yeah, the steering wheels tell the story, and I'm sure we'll hear more about it after this. But we see Christian coming out of the pits now in 5th place with brand new tires. Oh, he's gonna lose it. These tires are so cold. Oh, that's not good. And with the tire strategy that Benjamin is on, I don't think he's gonna have to go into.
I don't think so either.
Talking about how close the battle for the lead was, and I think that is how it might end. It seemed like a racing incident, but it's close. That is where I'm at.
That's what I was thinking too. I think it could have just been a racing incident. I mean, it was close racing. Everybody was, just trying to get the pass, and
there's arguments from both sides, because you can
definitely
argue that Christian on the inside could have given Benjamin a little bit more room to try and go back on that outside. Argue Benjamin didn't have to turn in that much when he saw Christian's car there. So it just depends on whose seat you were sitting in. At the end of the day, it was a racing incident, and we're gonna let Benjamin run away with it, currently in the lead. Let's go ahead and catch up with our incident points.
Whoa,
Dylan
looks like
Carlisle
Dylan
has
is
been disqualified. Unfortunate. Zabelski now still with 9 incident points. He hasn't done a single pass-through penalty. That's insane.
That is amazing. We have Daniel, who's 1 point away from being disqualified, and Zach, who's also 1 point away. Ruben needs to serve his drive-through penalty. He's on a black flag right now. And then you can see the numbers on the rest. Not necessarily close to being disqualified, but definitely more incident points this race than we saw in the last race, which I'm surprised. I was expecting a lot more incident points last race. However, it's just good racing.
For context, last race was Long Beach, which is a very tight street circuit, so hitting walls would give you those incident points. But you're right, there were not as many incident points at Long Beach as there are for this track, and I think that's just because all of the battles are so tight on the track. There's a lot of collisions, a lot of incident points.
They definitely are. And a lot of off track. I mean, in that corkscrew alone, I don't even know how many, but you can tell by the gravel on the track. Just getting a simple off track is causing a lot of incident points.
Most definitely on board with Zabelski now, who has moved up to 2nd for OK Motorsports. We still have to talk with OK Motorsports. We still have to talk with Mulbar. And now that the battle has died down, let's go ahead and hop in with Mulbar, shall we?
Let's do it.
Mulbar, this is the production booth. You guys got us?
Hey, what's up?
Hope you guys are doing good. We wanted to hear a little bit about how your race has been going so far. I know it's coming to a close, but we also wanted to show some support from the chat for you guys, because you guys have been doing well. So tell us about it. How's your race going?
Not going the greatest, as obvious. We are hoping to recover what points we can, but definitely doing what can be done.
Yeah, unfortunately, I got DQ'd.
Very unfortunate.
Was there any big incident that caused you the most incident points, or?
No, me just trying to push myself too fast.
Definitely doing touches with other drivers, but with
Yeah,
point
and
fingers.
getting spun out by people too.
See later on.
Has there been a lot of car-on-car contact for your team?
I'd say not completely, but there were a couple moments early on where I was going for gas. People were not really paying attention to what was happening later on.
Has there been a lot of car-on-car contact for your team?
Thanks for having the stream up. We can hear it.
I'd say, but there were a couple moments early on.
All right, well, do you guys have anything you want to say to your fans currently still watching on the stream?
Thank you all for supporting the racing teams.
Yeah, thanks for watching. Don't think there's really many Mobar fans yet, but thanks for everyone watching the stream.
Hey, but if they are out there, thank you guys, and we're gonna bring a whole lot more to the table.
All right, yeah, I'm excited to see you guys race here in the next couple of races. We've got another race next Tuesday, so I'm excited to see you guys there. So good luck for the rest of this race, and we will talk to you guys later.
Your injury tent says good luck and keep it clean.
Yes, sir.
Always. Thank you.
All right, so yeah, not a lot of Mulbar cars there up at the front, but it sounds like they're optimistic for next week.
Disqualification.
Yep.
That was Dylan, who is the reserve driver, who was a very last-minute reserve driver. So I'm sure he didn't have the foreknowledge that he was driving tonight. So he did. I'm sure the amount of practice maybe wasn't as much as say like for these guys.
Oh, absolutely.
Who've had 3 weeks or so to practice in between now and the last race.
All right, well, let's go ahead and hop in with our last team. We've got OK Motorsports. That's Brian Sabelski and Zach, who I believe is in 10th, if I am not mistaken.
That is
And
correct.
Zabelski's raced all the way up to 2nd, so let's go ahead. If you have any messages you want to share to OK Motorsports or Brian or Zach, let us know in the chat, and let's go ahead and see how their races go. OK Motorsports, this is the production booth. You guys got us?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
All right. Well, we just wanted to check in with you guys, see how you guys are doing, and just let the fans know how your race is going. Because Brian, we see you up in 2nd, pretty solid race. And official news here, you have the least amount of incident points out of anyone on the circuit.
Not surprised. Not surprised at all.
I think I might be close to the most that's still in the race.
Yeah, Zach, tell us about your race. How's that been going so far?
It's all right. There's been a few incidents here and there. I've been having some Wi-Fi issues, which has not been helping, but other than that, not too bad. I'm pretty secure. I've been pretty secure in 10th for like 95% of the race. Like P11's like 4 laps behind, and P9's like 2 laps ahead. So not really much I can do except for just not DQ myself.
All right, well, we'd like the consistent pace, but Brian currently sitting in 2nd, started in 2nd, and there was a big battle for the lead, which put you up there. How has your race been going so far?
I've been pretty quiet. I'm just trying to keep her under me and not spin the car and just bring her home safe wherever it is.
Absolutely, yeah. The incident points speak for themselves. I mean, you haven't even needed to make one drive-through penalty, and the majority of the other drivers are now on like their 3rd. So very impressive stuff.
Yeah, this is a tough track for that, but if you're just a little more careful, you can really kind of keep the car within the black stuff and not have to worry about incident points.
Very true words. Very true words. Well, do you guys have any words for your fans supporting you guys in the chat?
Thanks for the support. Hopefully we'll just finish this up, at least bring home a P2 and see if Ben makes any mistakes.
We'll see if I can continue to improve. Hopefully, OK Motorsports has a chance at the championship. So.
All right. Well, championship hopes in mind. You'll love to hear it. I'll let you guys keep it smooth on the black stuff and let you guys finish the race cleanly. So good luck, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Did you hear the way Brian was talking about the incident points, keeping
Yes.
it on track? It sounds so easy for him.
It does. It sounds like that's been completely his strategy, and he's not planning on doing anything different. You can see on your stream right now, we were live with Zach. Now we're watching Dominic, who is in that full motion sim. For those of you who won your trivia and got the free session, this is what you get to play with. I
Yeah.
don't know. You get to ride it.
You get to
It's a lot of fun.
experience it.
Yes, good experience. But shout out to these guys for being in motion sims. I believe Christian is also in a motion sim. But anybody who's in a motion sim or just doing this with us for this amount of time takes a lot of work. Shout out to all you guys. You're doing great. Keep it up. Oh, we can hear the sim from downstairs. So if there's an incident, sometimes we can hear it before it shows on the stream. So
And yes, chat, he has been in that rig for the whole race. He qualified in it. I'm not sure exactly what Dom practice habits are. He does his practice in this rig, but for the majority of the races, he is spinning around 360 degrees.
Yep. He's done this. I think this season he's done every race in that. He was there for the first one, so yeah. Yep, all 4 races so far he has been in that full 360.
And the funny story about that is that every time I tell Dom, I'm like, hey, you're going to be faster if you just don't turn on that motion, and he insists. He's like, nope, I want to use it. So
he insists in spinning around.
He insists on using the motion for the entire time because he is racing in real life, and he feels like it does help him kind of acclimate to real car forces. Racing isn't as easy as just sitting there on your sofa. Right? So yeah.
Yeah, the force feedback definitely giving him more information to learn about his car and the track. So,
but it does definitely make you slower.
Yes, it does. But like we had mentioned earlier in the stream, Dominic does race in real life. He does have our race tonight. I believe he has a real life race this weekend, and then he has our race again next week. So he is putting in the work to get all of his racing in, and it's his passion.
It is. All right, with that, we went through all the teams, so let's give commentary a quick break. We don't have a lot of time. We're about 5 minutes till final laps.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll take a quick break and then come back here for the end of this race, and then we'll have a round table with all the driver principals that I am very excited to sit and listen to.
I am excited to hear.
All right,
and
so
don't
we'll
forget,
be right back. Stay tuned.
Don't forget, there's going to be one more trivia session at the very end for all the drivers. We're going to put them all in a group chat. It's about Gran Turismo. You guys could also help out your teams as well. Get these bonus points. So maybe they didn't perform very well tonight. You could still get them up to 100 bonus points just for the trivia at the end of this race. So stick around for that.
All right, and we are back here. We've got 1 minute left in this race, and as you can see, in first place by 25 seconds, Benjamin Vettel looks like he's going to be coming home with a win today. We got Zabelski currently sitting in second. Dayton Harrison for Full Throttle ended up putting down a lap faster than a 1:16. He did a 1:15.8 here in the last couple laps, so really showing off his pace, and he's going to be coming home at the bottom podium position in third. Xavier Williams currently sitting in fourth. Christian Martinez, after the unfortunate racing incident with our leader, Benjamin Vettel, ended up going back into the pits, putting on some new tires, and then having some issues with those old tires coming out of the pits. So he is currently sitting in fifth. EJ Luna 6th, Nicholas Amato 7th, Jake Schiff 8th, Dom Nick Wilder 9th, and then Zach finishing out your top 10. And this was probably one of the more entertaining endurance races so far that we've had in the series.
Definitely. And it looks like while we were on break, Kaminga and Carlisle and Ruben have all been disqualified.
We are currently on board with our leader, and we're going to drag all of the team principals and then all of the team members in here after the race to have a little bit of a round table and then finish up the night with some trivia. So that should be pretty fun.
Now remember, this last trivia, you're going to pick which team you want your trivia to go to, what your points to go to, and first place, that team gets an extra 100 points, second place gets an extra 75 points, and third place gets an extra 50 points. So I will not pick Moto House this time, so I don't, mess up their score and get all of the answers wrong. But chat, this is for you guys. Let us know.
See Benjamin coming across the line here. Checkered flag is out.
There's your race winner.
Has Benjamin won any of the other races so far this series?
I
think this might be his first
win.
win.
I think this might be his first win.
Just doing some donuts there. All right, let's go ahead and hop in with Full Throttle
He is
racing.
happy. He is doing donuts in the sand.
Benjamin, congrats on your win, man.
Thank you.
Looks like we have some donuts, celebratory donuts going on over there.
Yeah, I finally won a race.
Congratulations. And Dayton too. It looks like he's just having fun.
I'm dragging everyone into this chat.
Oh, look at that.
All right, chat says, let's go Dayton. Proud of you. Way to go, Benjamin. Yeah, Benjamin, way to go.
Welcome to the round table. Post-race thoughts.
Let's see if Benjamin was a dirty boy. I gotta watch this replay.
Oh, I'm watching it too.
I'm gonna go
you'll
drift
see
the
it, you'll
corkscrew.
see it.
We have
No,
another
my game
congratulations, Benjamin, in the chat.
Oh, never mind.
All right, we have 100 points on the table for the for this trivia that's starting in 25 seconds, guys.
Andrew, is that you?
It is me. It is me.
Andrew, want to hear something crazy?
What's that?
What's that?
I got chosen as a driver for Watkins Glen.
Congrats, Jake.
Hey, well done.
Congratulations.
And you
And you didn't
get
DQ this race either, so that's
double
double
bonus.
I know,
bonus.
right?
All right,
what's
all right.
up,
Ed,
bro.
oh, no, wait. I'm gonna
Christian.
pause
I'm gonna pause this.
Everyone,
Everyone go to
Crowd.live.
and
Wait, go
enter
to what?
enter code.
Wait, I have to get my phone out. Wait, hold on.
Yep,
Get your
get your
phone
phone
out.
out. Get your phone
No, but
out.
I haven't.
Wait.
I haven't even. I want to
Whoa,
drift the
whoa.
corkscrew.
Dog, I
Two
got a
down.
sweat on my back.
Hold up. Can I see what happened to me? How,
You
I
will.
wanna
You
see
will.
it.
You will. You will.
This
Andrew
is
was a dirty
This
boy.
is the cool down room. Okay?
You?
This is just
This is just
basic
I gotta see this.
trivia.
cool down.
Cool down.
Okay.
Go to crowd.
Go to crowd.live.
Make sure
Crab
you
Crowd
your
live on our
Crowd.
phones.
Crowd. CROWD. .live.
Does it have to be on the phone, or can we be on the
anything.
on the
You can
Google
go on
whatever?
Yeah, you can
All
go on
right.
a browser.
TTWG4.
Oh, Jesus! Right after the race, guys.
What is it?
Exactly.
What is it? What's the code?
TTWG4.
Oh.
I mean, if you
Nickname?
don't want your team to get bonus points, that's fine.
I do, but I am prairie dogging a shit right now.
That's wonderful.
Hey, keep it clean.
That's wonderful.
Very descriptive.
Okay.
All right,
We're gonna start now. How many people are in there?
Christian, I posted the screenshot of me following the road and you not.
Okay, if it's my fault, then I'll take it.
Hey.
All right.
All right, here we go. We're gonna start trivia.
Oh.
And it is
time based. So the quicker you answer, the more points you get.
Oh, okay.
Chat,
Please help them out as well.
Okay.
Hey, I got one right.
I watched the movie. I knew that.
Nice work.
Nice work.
Yeah, whoever got that wrong should get it.
Damn, commentary is cooking us, guys.
Well, we might have answered a
not
little
fair.
early. A little unfair.
Boom.
I know this one.
I remember
I
this
don't know.
logo.
I don't know if I chose that right either.
You gotta start the game and watch the intro, man.
Dog, I have an
I never
Xbox.
have.
This isn't fair.
Yeah, I'm an Xbox guy too. Yeah,
Let's
that's
force the questions.
I've never played a Gran Turismo game.
Me either. Polly
You
for
youngin'.
Never played Gran Turismo in my life.
Yes.
Yeah, Xbox.
I don't even
was right.
remember that. It just like burnt into my eyes. It's the only reason I got that right.
Brian has the lead.
Ugh. Bro, what the fuck, man? Oh, sorry. Pardon my French.
You got to be old. I have no idea either.
There's a 50-50 shot. I don't know which one it was.
No.
Yes.
No.
Actually,
yes.
The answer is
Ooh,
yes.
got it right.
Ford,
Right.
come on. This is now we're just guessing. We're just guessing.
Because they're right. The answers are weighted, whether they're right or not.
My birth
I grew up
certificate's
playing
old
Gran
enough for this,
Turismo.
man.
That was my first racing game.
When did it come out?
Like the
91, right?
90s.
7? So I was 3.
Late 90s.
This is crazy. What are these?
Okay, now this one's a guess.
Gran Turismo usually has weird shit in it.
I know this one. I have unlocked this car. It's great.
Stop winning.
Congrats on your win, Benjamin. By the way.
Damn it, Daimler.
Yep.
Way
That was
beyond
actually
Chrysler?
making my
Really?
first,
They put the
like,
very first car ever made in the game.
Oh, this is
Every
just
single one of
four.
these trivia questions was based before I was born.
Yeah, what the hell?
Oh,
Come on,
Oh.
dude.
geez. This one's last.
is it left to right, up, down? How's it go?
YOLO.
This isn't fair. I wasn't born.
That's why you don't have a
Just
license.
admit, and it didn't go through.
What? Wait, this is it.
How many
That one
questions
was
is this?
questionable.
They didn't even tell you like what order to put it in. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I knew
someone's probably
I knew
cheating.
3 was the first one. I knew Sport was the last one.
I wonder.
I didn't know there was typing.
Me
My
neither.
keyboard is to the side.
Oh, the dashes are how many letters it is? I got that wrong.
Shit.
That's crazy.
The dashes are
Yeah,
not how
sure
many
not.
letters it was.
Yeah, everyone thinks.
Who the hell said Jeff?
Correct.
Dog.
Jeff?
Yes.
Jeff Dog?
Nate Dogg was a good one.
The long forgotten Jeff Dog.
Nobody put hot dog?
I was so nervous there was two P's in Snoop.
I was gonna, if it wasn't Snoop, I would have put up. And someone would be like, "What's up, dog?"
How many questions are there?
We have OK Motorsports in first place right now. There are 15 questions. I don't know what question we're on.
Boomers!
Seven.
We're on question seven.
Boomers over there.
This is crazy.
This is why Gran Turismo would never be a racing.
Literally.
It's a 50-50
Yeah.
shot. I'm trying to remember which one it was. It's in the intro. I remember. that.
It's 100% not two. It's too new looking.
I had every car in 2. I know it's not that.
Yes.
Damn.
I remember it's in the intro, and I thought it was the intro to 6. It's at the very end.
That's strange. That's not your song.
Ryan knows it's Gran Turismo.
Not all of them.
Well, except for one, apparently.
Wait, how many questions are we doing?
A
here?
Mile High Motor Club
15.
just took the lead.
There's like a Vigo on the helicopter.
Oh, wait.
I took too long answering that, but I knew it.
Obviously, the Outlander.
If you get 3 of these are trick questions because they already were exporting those.
Oh.
Oh, come on, dude. This is rigged.
That's pretty cool, actually.
Lancer Evo, baby.
I'm not gonna be able to
All
catch
right,
you, Ryan.
while we wrap up these last questions, any thoughts on the race tonight?
I don't know. I got to see the replay.
If you
I
look
gotta-
back
was
in the
tough.
last 10 minutes of the race, I had 59 points and I should have been DQ'd. I was like 1 inch going off the court.
Well, you might win the award for getting closest to DQ without getting DQ'd.
I saw this movie.
Yeah.
Literally by 1 point.
That's where I spend most of my racing, is 1 point away.
Hey Benjamin, what lap was it?
Lap. What the fuck?
Lap 56.
92.
92.
No, there was a lap where full throttle racing, all 3 cars got into crashes. There was
some
the
team wrecked right in front of me.
between Dom and Dayton.
Well, it sucks because let me see. I'm seeing it now. Let's see.
I don't even remember this one.
AJ wanted Christian to win. He wouldn't let me on the blue flag. Bumped me after I passed him, and then pitted right after.
Check the replay, buddy. I let
Christian.
you by, and you cut across my nose per usual.
Wait.
Oh wow, EJ.
I was behind you for a year or for
I
a
let you.
lap and a
I
half.
left you the inside
waiting.
line. I left you the inside line.
Yeah.
I left you the inside line in
me
the hairpin.
See, Benjamin.
That's okay. I did my best.
We have good replays of that too.
I was gonna say apologies, Dominic. I didn't expect
Okay.
you to break so early. That was on me.
And I wasn't trying to
Okay,
wreck you because
Rita.
I was about to get a drive-through. I really didn't mean to do that.
Oh, yes.
I don't know, Benjamin. That's a little bit
Hey.
iffy.
Did anyone
I'm following the
realize
road.
that
Yeah, but like,
well, we did go in the cockpit for both cars.
okay.
So we did see the steering wheels for both cars. If you
And
replay
what-
the live stream, you will find it. We're not gonna say anything here.
Okay. I mean, it's fine. It just sucks that I had to do that. I crashed into the pit, which did that 55-second. If that didn't happen,
Did say that was the world's fastest pit entrance.
well, yeah, because I just fucked.
What lap was that?
He flew into the pit.
Yeah, I would hope that was
Yeah.
the fastest pit entrance.
And your wing actually flew in front of Benjamin all the way across the track.
Oh man. Ah, damn it. It is what it is. All right, I'm gonna practice next time, Benjamin. This ain't gonna happen again, brother. Ah.
Hey, how'd you guys like not having AI after the first?
Phenomenal.
Yeah, I mentioned in chat Like,
I prefer AI.
What happened with that?
We had a complete meltdown here.
Yeah. So
Wow.
what happens is the AI is loaded off Andrew's computer. So when his computer disconnects, it disconnects all the AI. That happens to any session. So
Yeah, was
That
there a lot
makes
of
sense, 'cause I
chaos?
was very
lap 1 and
confused
2?
on why the
Yes.
field got so light.
a little bit.
There was a lot of action in the first few laps. The traffic helped out a lot to kind of space out those gaps.
I think it was way too much action first
I
lap,
disagree.
and it just froze my stuff.
It was a lot of
Oh, for
fun
the
though.
computer. I see.
Yeah, they blinked in and out
That makes
at the
sense.
beginning.
Yep,
Yo,
exactly. Like
Christian.
right as the flag went green.
Yo, Christian, real quick, this is Nick. I just wanted to say, you had said to somebody else to hold your line, I'll pass, so that's why I stuck on the outside on that one. It did not mean to hold you up there.
No, don't worry about it, dude. That's just it's just racing.
It wasn't a bad one. We barely touched, but still, yeah.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's
Let's
not
see, what do we have from chat here? I think that was the last question, right?
Dang, Brian, you're cooking, bro.
There's one more.
You want those points.
Yeah.
Shit.
One or
For
two
sure.
more.
Yeah, Brian holding it down. Unless Zach's down there doing it too.
Oh, barely.
I think Zach might be too young for some of these questions.
The first half of them, yeah, I had no clue. I was born in 2006.
Damn, boy.
Yeah, we have an unfair advantage. I'm an 07.
That's very
Damn.
Oh, youngins.
Oh, I forgot we were even doing these questions. What the hell?
Of course,
go.
it's Iggy. Why wouldn't it be?
Damn. This is 50-50
I remember
shot.
so much.
All right,
twin
here we
ring.
go. Here we go.
It was literally.
I was
First
gonna
place
say
gets 100
Fuji.
points.
Oh,
Second
all
gets
right.
75.
Is that the last
Third
one?
gets
There's one more.
50.
One more.
Ryan,
I
get this
haven't
one
even been
wrong so I can
answering.
pass you.
I thought it was one more ago.
Yeah, there's one
You
more.
said there was 15 questions. Yeah, 15.
By the way, this racing rig sucks. We had one at DRS for a while.
It looks like shit. It looks terrible. It looks like it'd be
Literally,
wobbly as hell.
someone hit the brake pedal, and the whole plate came unwelded.
The answer is
Oh,
in
damn.
the picture.
Wait, what happened?
There's a Sparko logo next to the on the bottom of the
shit.
chair.
We can't
Hey,
really
look,
read
bro,
it from here.
I'm not observing. I just drive, bro.
Marco's the only one that does the stuff.
It's
too.
only around. It's
Yeah, I
only
should've-
$1,700. Way too much for that thing.
That was $1,600.
Shout out to Gran Turismo.
Third place, Benjamin. So players don't matter. It's all team points.
Yep.
Way to go, Jake.
Let's go, Jake.
Good job, Jake. You
Nice.
cheated.
I didn't cheat. I got.
Brian. Big brain Brian.
I guessed on so many of those questions.
Good guess.
Benjamin, I think I'm gonna put the blame on you on this one. I see you. Your wheel moves towards me while mine stays perfectly straight.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Pierce.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, John.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you were turning into me.
You
Well, you guys go
dirty
back
boy,
and forth.
dude.
I'm gonna say goodbye here. I gotta go. Everyone have a good night.
All
See you
right.
next
See
week.
you guys later. Same.
Everyone have a great night. Thank you.
guys.
Practice.
Tuesday, right?
Yep.
Yep,
Maybe
one
I'll
more.
actually practice this
Next
time.
Practice, practice.
Next race is Detroit in 1 week.
Oh,
I'm
hell
waiting
yeah.
for this to show the
Wait.
William-
Yeah,
Next
buddy.
race is the next race is next week.
Next race
Lock
is what?
in, baby. We got a week. See y'all on
That's
Tuesday.
how-
You're lying.
We're at Detroit.
You're lying.
Belle Isle.
Yes, Detroit.
Oh, great.
Yo, Dylan, you want to
You're
fill in
lying.
for me?
Yeah, I'll fill in for you.
Sick. I'm gonna be not in Colorado, so
Okay.
It's on the 19th.
It's on the 20th if it's a Tuesday.
Oh, the 20th. All right. Shoot. Let's go.
Brian, do you need another driver for OK again?
Yeah.
Okay, sweet. I'll be here.
We might need another driver too. If
Oh wait.
anyone-
Let's get everyone's points updated real quick on the leaderboard.
What happened?
Benjamin, did you get those loaded in?
Yep.
They don't look right.
All right. Who won the trivia?
Standings.
Well, I'll get that going. Anyways, the trivia, Mile High Motor Club actually won that one.
Let's go.
It looks
Really?
like, right?
Yeah, Mile High Motor Club.
Team
way.
team points, yeah.
Came from behind thanks to Jake.
Yeah, buddy.
Dude, yeah,
Yep, and then
unreal.
OK Motorsport second, and then Full Throttle. Good job, guys.
Thank you.
Dang. To
All right, I'm
practice
going to leave
golf,
this
to
stream
practice
running for a
racing.
little bit longer, just to display the points, but you guys are free to go. We'll see you next
You
week.
guys have a good night.
Good job, y'all.
Yeah, see y'all next
Later.
week.
Good night.
You. We're still streaming.
All right. Well, we do have, if you are still with us, we do have Full Throttle in first place, Mile High Motor Club in second place, OK Motorsports in third, Motor House in fourth, and Molbar in fifth. Our individual driving points will be updated at some point. But thank you for joining us. Join us again next week. We'll have more trivia. We'll have more good racing. And we appreciate you joining us.
I'd like to say thank you for everyone for tuning in tonight. It was a great race. Thank you for all the chat participation as well. It means a lot to us. It helps us get a little bit bigger of an audience. So every time you send in a chat, it helps us out greatly. Thank you again for watching this broadcast, and we'll see you next week. Have a great night.